Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to the opening call, where we review the charts so that you can focus on your grand entrance to the bar in your small hometown tonight and tell Jennifer from high school how you really feel. I am Jack Pelzer, joined by John, the Orland Foreman, Hoagland. Hoag, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Jack. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. One day till Thanksgiving. I'm feeling refreshed, and I'm sure to put an end to that with what I do on Thanksgiving.
Good. Yeah, it's Thanksgiving Eve, right? Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. For those of us that celebrate, I guess. And of course, don't forget to pray for peace, everyone. As we get into the holiday season here, keep those prayers coming. We need all we can get. And of course, our focus here is on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. What do you got? What's the news, Jack?
Well, the main news, and this will be the last time I promise we talk about it. Sam Altman is back. That's right. If you come at the king, you best not miss.
That's right.
Or at least think about it for, I don't know, 2 minutes before you do something. But 5 days after he was fired by OpenAI, Altman was reinstated as CEO with a brand new board. And yeah, this is the dumbest Silicon Valley story since, like the Juicero. Do you remember the Juicero, John?
No, what was that?
It was a juicer that got something like $100 million in funding that had little bags. And all it was an expensive machine that pressed the bags. You could do it with your hand. That was fun. So that happened. Also in CEO news, Changpeng Zhao, aka CZ, was forced to pay $50 million and stepped down as CEO of Binance after pleading guilty to violating U.S. anti-money laundering laws. He may also face about 18 months in jail. Though I can't emphasize enough that this guy is worth $10 billion.
Right.
And will still maintain control over much of the company. So,
my goodness. A slap on the wrist, huh?
Yeah, just a modicum of justice there. So those are sort of the big CEO news. You got anything on numbers, John?
Yeah, we had durable goods durable goods orders coming out this morning. The core number came out absolutely flat, neither higher nor lower, 0% change in that. The jobless claims, initial jobless claims, continue to fall. They were looking for 225 last week after the 233,000 the week before. Came out 209,000. We are still 9 o'clock Central Time looking for the consumer sentiment numbers. 9:30, the EIA petroleum report. 11 o'clock, the EIA natural gas numbers. And then, of course, 12 o'clock, the rig count. That's going to round out our economic numbers for before the holiday here. But John Deere come out with their earnings today, beating on both earnings per share and revenues. The crude is down about 4% this morning. Apparently, our friends in OPEC Plus have decided to postpone their meeting they were supposed to have on Sunday. Add that to a jump in inventories by the API last night of about 9 million barrels here in the U.S. We're seeing some pretty good downside pressure in crude oil. Should be an interesting day with Deanna here, who is mostly a crude oil trader. We'll see if she gets some good opportunities on that. We've got the VIX lower 12.98, below 13 on the VIX. Dollar index up slightly, 103.7, and the yield on the 10-year at 4.4% this morning. Remember, these are holiday markets. Basically, we're going to be probably tempering our expectations for some of our possibilities, but we got to remember with lower participation, there's likely to be a lower liquidity. So that in the event that there is something big that happens or the markets start really moving, they may move a little bit further with that lower liquidity. We're seeing low volume yesterday across most of these markets, and we're probably going to continue to see that today.
And as Hoag mentioned, we have Deanna joining us for Fast Markets at 8:30. Also, we are most certainly off tomorrow and Friday, thanks to the hardcore opening call heads that showed up today. Love to see y'all here. But we'll be back next week with a big lineup. Monday, we got Danny Trades stopping by for Power Players. Tuesday, Trades by Matt returns for Fast Markets. And on Wednesday, Jared Tendler will be here to answer anything you want about trading psychology at 11. So back
big
to
week,
vengeance.
big week next week. Although I will be out on Monday and Tuesday, I'll be thinking about you all, and hoping you're having a good beginning of the week next week. I'll be back on Wednesday, along with Jared.
I'm also getting news in my earbud, actually through Slack, to mention. One second, let me go to this right here. Okay, next week live on TopstepTV, we're inviting 1,000 more traders from the waitlist to Topstep X for early access, and they will get 1 month free in the trading combine. So stick around for that. Sorry you can't be there, Hoag. Don't think about us too much, though. I mean, it's a vacation, right?
I will be thinking about watching. Not going to be doing too much. Probably doing some things around the house, getting the house ready for the holidays, and might keep you on in the background.
All right. Well, holiday markets or not, we might as well take a look at the charts.
Yeah. Let's take a look. I mean, there are some interesting levels that they're currently at. I mean, as always, we're going to start with the daily and the E-mini S&Ps here. So we, up until now, we had an inside day inside an inside extended trading hour range. Looks like we're getting a pretty good test again of the weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. That weekly kickoff high, 45.67. We looked above it Friday. We looked above it. Let's see, today's Wednesday. Monday we looked at it. Tuesday we looked at it. We're looking at it now. It could be some interesting opportunities in and around this level. We did see volume slow pretty much yesterday. That's pretty much across the board in all these markets, as we are in kind of a holiday week here. We did see an increase in open interest, however. So the open interest in the S&Ps continues to leak higher at higher pricing. So that's, to me, is encouraging for continuation of this upside move. A lot of speculation as to we've come a long way in a short period of time. When is the big break going to come? And I've been looking for it for the last 2 weeks, and it hasn't happened. I'm not ready to give up on that yet, but we're going to watch and see what this market does on the open this morning, because it is opening with some overnight inventory. This is the 30-minute chart now. Overnight inventory is long, up against an important level. Weekly kickoff. We looked at it for Monday. We rejected. We looked at it Monday night. We rejected. We are still trying to test this level, and we're looking for one of two things to happen. We're looking for new business to bring price higher, or if we can't do that, if we're monitoring for continuation, and if we can't see that, then we might see this market pull back off of that level. I'm not seeing that this is really becoming magnetic here just yet, but if it does, if we hang around and we flip around back and forth around this level, be very careful. It's very easy to get chopped up in that regard. So keep an eye. If we're above that weekly kickoff high, 45.67, monitor for participation. Likely to see less of it today anyway, so it's going to be a kind of a tough read. We are opening with a gap. We've got the regular trading hour session high here, down here around 45.54. We're opening above that range. That creates that opening gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we'll continue to look for opportunities for buying opportunities, pullbacks, something to find our way into a potential directional move. Already we're seeing, since the London Open, we're seeing some pretty one-time framing activity continuing to push to the upside. Be careful. Overnight inventory, there could be an adjustment in that inventory. In other words, if all of these longs don't get what they're looking for on the regular trading hour open, they may decide to bail on some of those positions, pushing price to perhaps a better trade location for longs. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll be with you during fast markets to see if that opportunity or any of these opportunities begin to kind of play out. The profile yesterday was a normal variation neutral day. Normal variation neutral days use up a lot of the market's energy and ability to facilitate trade, typically driving price to new levels to look for that ability to facilitate trade, which it seems to be doing already. So we'll watch this opening and we'll see what kind of opportunities we have in the equities, as well, here's the NASDAQ, speaking of equities. So the NASDAQ actually did a little bit better job. It actually closed Monday above that weekly kickoff high, 16,082. Volume slow. Well, volume actually kind of maintained here in the NASDAQ, better than the New York Stock Exchange or the E-mini S&Ps. We lost open interest yesterday, however, maybe a little bit of long liquidation before the holidays, maybe some profit taking from some previous longs, whatever the reason we lost that open interest yesterday. It doesn't change the market structure. The market structure is still looking pretty good to the upside. The fact that we lost a little bit of open interest yesterday doesn't surprise me. But it is, it's still struggling to hold price above that important level, weekly kickoff high. It looks like our pre-open here takes us within about 3 points of that. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So again, overnight inventory to the long side up against an important level. I call them inflection levels. Some people, people have different names for them, but this is, again, an important level. We did close Monday above it, but we now see rejection. Yesterday was an inside regular trading hour range day, basically kind of a repair day. And we see overnight inventory again to the long side with a gap. So overnight inventory could pull price back to better trade locations for longs. If we can't close the gap relatively early, gap rules state that we should be looking for opportunities for longs, unless, of course, something changes. And things always have a tendency to change. And as we always say, ACH, anything can happen. The profile yesterday in the NASDAQ ended up being a normal variation neutral day. Price is likely to look for new levels to facilitate trade. Look at that close. When NVIDIA came out,
yes,
that 3 o'clock bar got knocked around, extended the range on both sides, and then just kind of closed right back in the middle.
For a little context there, NVIDIA, I believe, tripled their revenue, but the expectations are so high in that stock that it initially went down about 5% on the number, but then came all the way back. Looks to open today around 1% down. So per usual, it's all priced in, Hoag.
There it is. Yep. All right. Thank you, Jack. Let's take a look at crude oil. It's going to be an interesting day. I'm fascinated to see how Deanna is going to respond to what's going on. Is this a big deal? 4% lower. Well, it's still sort of in an area of balance, right? We can see the weekly kickoff high and low, last week's high and low. The market has traded to both of them. We're in the middle of it. It's short time frame control. It's balancing behavior in the longer time frame, maybe just the medium time frame. Longer time frame, we're still looking at a market that's moving lower. Volume pretty low yesterday. Looks like we may have better volume today than yesterday, but still volume falling off. Open interest, we added 5,300 in open interest yesterday. I'm finding that to be difficult to read, because it was a very narrow range, very small range day, and we didn't seem to do much, but apparently we added some open interest. But I still feel like this is a market that's largely in short time frame control. In other words, we haven't really seen any longer time frame participation since the end of rollover. It's been more kind of shorter time frame speculators, maybe some larger speculators just kind of picking each other's pockets. Here's the 30-minute chart. So we had the gap from Friday to Monday we were kind of bouncing along that all day yesterday in a very small range, and now we're opening back down below it. So it's still sort of kind of remains a gap. We didn't get through it during regular trading hours. We went through it. We've created it in the overnight, and we've run through it in the overnight. So I think that gap still is a structural weakness that the price may target at some point. As far as overnight inventory is concerned, obviously we're holding some pretty deep shorts here. A 4% move to the downside. I mean, that's bringing price $3.30, $3.40 lower. We do have some pretty serious overnight inventory to the short side. The market has opened. We're not really necessarily seeing any quick reconciliation of that overnight inventory. This market is again, holding gap rules. The odds of closing the gap to yesterday look pretty slim, if you ask me, but we never know. And of course, anything can happen. If we're going to follow the London session one-time framing lower, we may see an opportunity for us to see price down to weekly kickoff low 72.80, which would be kind of a longer-term level where I would be more interested in looking for opportunities than anywhere in the middle. Mm-hmm. As far as the profile yesterday, a normal variation day, neutral. It was an attempted late spike at the end of the day yesterday. If it was a late spike, obviously we'd be opening below the base of the late spike, which would indicate acceptance of lower pricing. Doesn't seem to make things any easier for us today, as we've got some pretty serious price action before the open. And again, I'm going to be really piqued and interested to see how Deanna treats this trading day in crude oil. Always interested in seeing what Deanna has to do and say.
Always indeed. Hoag, when you say repair in terms of the market profile, what do you mean?
Okay. So yesterday in the S&Ps, this is the market profile on a different platform. When we open between two high volume nodes or distributions of time, right? So the market profile shows distributions of time. The market spent some time here. There was some volume here. The market spent some time here. There was some volume here. The market, it was almost like a triple distribution day yesterday, because we had the distribution of time and volume here, single TPOs, distribution of time and volume here, single TPOs, and another distribution up here. So the market opened and traded to an assumed point of control in this volume, this high volume node, and to an assumed point of control in this high volume node, right? So when the market leaves space between areas of balance, that's what I call repair. The market has a tendency to trade to one, two, or potentially all three, in this case, of the high volume nodes in a double or triple distribution type of trend day. Market tends to just kind of go back and see if there's any business that's left to do there. And you have to remember, when we talk about some of these levels like naked points of control, single TPOs, markets are extremely visual. When traders are focused on a level or a price that they think the price is going to move to, they have a tendency to create that outcome. If we're focused on weekly kickoff low in the S&P in crude oil today, traders focusing on that will create the opportunity for price to get down to that level. So repair is, it's just one of the nuances that we look for through the market, through the lens of the market profile. It's a great question, Jack. Thank you for asking that and giving me the opportunity to hopefully be clear about that.
Well, thank you. That was from the chat, but I'm glad to take credit.
No, thank you for bringing it up. It's I'm focusing on this. So,
and before
we do have group coaching today.
We do.
So if you do have questions that we don't get to, like now or through the chat, you can email those questions to groupcoaching@topstep.com, groupcoaching@topstep.com. send an email in your questions. Those are the ones that I'm going to address first this afternoon, and then always looking forward to the questions and being challenged. Nobody knows everything, of course. I certainly don't, but we'll have the opportunity to learn some things together.
And before we get to the gold here, in case you're asking, to the best of our knowledge, MP is still at Legoland. We know that's where he likes to go and do his deep thinking at Legoland. So he may be there through Monday. Who knows?
I hope that he's having a good time and the kids are having a good time. All right. Cutlahan, I got your email. I'm going to be looking forward to addressing that today in group coaching. Yesterday was Coach Paul with an excellent session of group coaching, but today I will answer your question. All right. Now, take a look quickly here into the gold market. All right. So, pretty decent volume on this move to the upside with a close above the weekly kickoff level of 2,000, the big fat round number. We added 20,000 in open interest. To me, that this is the higher volume and the open interest and the close above this level indicates a healthy upside auction. So I'm looking for opportunities today, unless something severely changes, to have to look for chances or opportunities to look for longs today. Remember, this is all for educational purposes. There's no guarantees of anything ever happening. These are just my thoughts and my context over what I think this market is going to do. So again, we're going to be looking like in the equities above weekly kickoff high. We're monitoring for continuation. How do we monitor for continuation? It's volume, it's time, it's participation, it's momentum. And it's going to be a tough read again today because it is the day before Thanksgiving. Remember, we're looking at probably some lower participation and lower liquidity in these markets today. So you got to keep that in mind, especially when we're doing something as discretionary as monitoring for continuation. We all say, let's monitor for continuation. What the hell does that mean? It's a tough thing. It's a tough read. It's always subjective. And, but you'll know it, I think, when you see it. Sometimes you'll see it too late, but that's okay. There's always more opportunities. This market needs new business to continue this move to the upside is really the point that we're making here. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Oops. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted.
Perfect.
All right. So just scaling things here. So yesterday, we added 20,000 in open interest. I mean, most of the volume certainly came in on the up move here. So I'm looking at that as new longs. Settlement is above weekly kickoff high. That's one sign of potential acceptance of price above that weekly kickoff high. The market actually closed up there. We don't really have much as far as overnight inventory is concerned. The 730 numbers kind of knocked us around a little bit, but overall, our overnight session was largely between value high and value low from yesterday. Very little perception of a change in the value of an ounce of gold at this time. We're expecting that to change because yesterday was largely a normal variation type of trade date with a neutral stance. Knowing that, we think, okay, well, if we used a lot of the participation or the ability to facilitate trade yesterday, we might go looking for new levels to facilitate trade. If we hold above weekly kickoff high, I'm looking forward to continue this move to the upside. If for some reason we start to show signs of acceptance below that weekly kickoff level, that big fat round number of $2,000, then maybe we'll see some opportunities back to the downside. I mean, we do have some weaker structure down here. We've got naked point of control. We've got the gap from Monday to Tuesday. All of that stuff kind of is visual possible targets to the downside. But again, we're going to need to accept back below that weekly kickoff level before we can start thinking about having price move down to that level. One of the ways that I gain acceptance is in time. We spent most of the session yesterday above that level. We spent most of the overnight above that weekly kickoff level. We're showing possible acceptance of price through time. Through time. All right. So, okay. Take your deep breath, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Make sure you pray for peace. We're going to ask everybody later on what you are thankful for. So let's get ready.
Let's do it to it, John. We're going to take a coffee break right now and be back in a few minutes, maybe less than a minute, with Deanna to do some trading. So hope to see you.
I'm kind of wishing that you were actually at Ceres and I was with you, and that we could go have a cup of coffee.
Yeah, that's what the background here. This is the picture of Ceres Cafe at the bottom of the board of trade. I thought because we're going in the holidays, this is probably where I'd be off to if I was in the board of trade right now.
There you go. Awesome.
Doesn't open till 11 now, Hoag.
Oh man, it used to open at like 6 a.m.
That is true.
All right. We'll see you in a minute.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this very special pre-Thanksgiving episode of Fast Markets. Joined by the Hoagman and Deanna are both here. Dee, how are you doing?
All right. Just came back from the dog walk. I see crude oil is jumping off a cliff, so that's pretty interesting.
That is more interesting than most things, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Although, yes, it's having a bit of a London rally.
Yeah, kind of hanging out near those highs there. NVIDIA, as I'll call it now. People were making fun about how I say the company spelled NV, whatever.
Yeah.
So we got about 1 minute to the open here.
All right. Get the horses into the gate. Well, I mean, the S&P is opening with a gap, opening out of range, out of value, right up against an important inflection level. I probably will be taking the opening range trade today.
Would love to see it.
We'll see what flies here. We got about 15 seconds before the open. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. Jumping around a little bit already here this morning.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Ding,
ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding. Okay.
All right. Man, we are just right up against that weekly kickoff level.
That's exactly where the weekly supply is in ES as well.
Well, I wish we'd hurry up and get this opening range over with. It just keeps getting bigger.
Yeah. The gap is pretty big.
Yeah.
Pushing new highs of the day. Yes.
And right now, all those overnight longs are getting what they're looking for. Continuation.
Yep.
We had almost a 5-point opening range.
Now here's ES monthly chart. So we're right up against this monthly supply area. And obviously it's massive, but sometimes they can, on a first test, they can go back down.
We did on Monday.
But obviously it's such a large time frame, so we have to lean on the intraday side of things.
07 quarter. 70 quarter, I should say. Okay. Why did it get rejected?
Well, monthly supply. I did say. But yeah, again, we need to see.
Okay, now
if they just run. If they run, then they run. So, yeah.
Okay, it already popped above, but we weren't in with that order just yet. Okay, now we're in. So
okay,
we're going to need 7 points of risk on this trade. 64, maybe 6 points of risk.
Fortune favors the bold.
Yeah. Okay, there.
FTX.
Right.
I think that was when like Matt Damon was still
Matt Damon, right. We're going to call you Matt Damon. Right. So we are long currently at 45.70 quarter.
Okay.
Anything you got doing here yet in crude?
No, crude oil is in a unidirectional day, so single direction down. So that means to try not to go against it unless it's super obvious. So we have another half an hour or 27 minutes before the initial balance ends. And I don't want to see a huge initial balance. So if we can stay within the normal initial balance size, there could be an opportunity for further downside. I am staying a little bit more aware of a demand level on a 4-hour chart, which is right at 73.27. And then around about that area, we also have the average daily range low, which is slightly lower, the 72.93. So roughly that's this whole area here. So yeah, once we get there, I don't want to short directly into it.
Right.
But as long as I have some space, I want to try and find a short trade. But again, I need to see what initial balance does, because if we have a huge initial balance, that's not good for a continued direction down. So that in that case, we'll be looking at a failed auction somewhere around this level if we get there.
So that the initial balance is the first hour of the trading session.
Yeah.
And the bigger the initial balance, the more energy it's going to take to continue outside of it. So
that's right.
Deanna is talking about is if you have a big initial balance, it takes a lot more energy to extend very much past it. Yeah.
And that means we probably then have a hugely volatile day, which only happens if we're talking probabilities, maybe about 8% or even lower, maybe 5% of all the times. So if we take like 2 to 3 years or 5 years into consideration, and we look at the respective ranges that we had around about those times, it becomes very difficult to keep going. So if the entire daily range is already exhausting the entire day's range, that's not good, right? Because it happened too quickly, and it means that we're probably looking at a reversal. So those will be my scenarios for today.
All right. So we've also it's kind of funny how supply and demand levels and your extensions and all that, usually they're relatively close to those weekly kickoff levels.
They are. Yeah, this one I noticed as well, because we have, obviously I learned from you when it comes to profile, but then I have some of my own things that I've been using since 2008. And every time I look at some of your levels, you have very similar levels to mine. So, this kind of reinforces my idea that whoever's been in this game long enough, we all have similar levels, because ultimately what we're looking for is that institutional order flow on various time frames, right? So it's not that unusual that we come up with similar levels.
Yeah, I mean, we're all looking at the same things. It's I guess the experience that creates that.
Yeah, definitely.
Got a couple questions here, Hoag, about the initial balance and whether it applies to indices as well.
Yep.
Yes.
It does.
Yes. Now, Dalton lately has, I think, been saying he doesn't view the initial balance as valid as it once was, but he feels that way about a lot of the things that I still look at and use, Deanna still looks at and uses. Even in like Mind Over Markets, he says the initial balance is the first hour of trade, except sometimes in the S&Ps, if the range is continuing to be extended at that hour mark, he would include that range extension in the initial balance.
Yeah, I remember in the books he says it is the first hour, and in some cases an hour and a half. And he was talking about equity indices in particular.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we got it going on. Well, I shouldn't say that. Every time I say that, I
take it off or leave it on, but don't say that.
Right. So in ES, I do have average daily range high at 45.82.5.
Okay.
So just looking at the market goes up there and manages to not do anything around it, we may have an extension further. And I think we still have a lot of average session range left because we just opened. So that particular calculation literally runs from the open. So let me just change the colors so that it's a little more obvious.
Cool.
Yeah, so if it ignores the average daily range, average session range is all the way up here at 4,600. So that's a nice round number there.
That is a nice round number, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, given that it's the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, would you ever think about moving your stop here, or are you going to play it till it's?
Well, I'm not gonna let this go. It is the day. It is, one of my hypotheses today is to manage expectations. So I'm seeing some liquidity up here at 45.80. There's a big number there, 438.
Which is exactly where the average daily range high exhaustion point is.
Right. Right. So, I'm going to let this flop around a little bit. I'm not going to let this turn into a loss. That's kind of part of my managing of expectations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Heath has a question. Do I ever add? Usually not. I'm usually an all in, all out kind of guy.
Mm-hmm. Me too, by the way.
Unless I have really multiples on one, and then I can just leave one on just to see what happens.
Yeah, it depends also on the size of the account. I've talked about this before, that if I'm trading more than one or two lots, again, very dependent on the account size that is being traded. Sometimes you have a default position size that will be, 10 lots, 20 lots, 30 lots. It's just what the prop firm wants you to trade. I've worked for those kind of firms. And at one point, I was doing like 80 contracts, 100 contracts, 120 contracts in crude oil. And when you're doing that, you have to average in, because you cannot get a whole whole thing. Yeah, it's just not possible. But that's an entirely different discussion, because then all you're doing is just averaging into your full position. So if you were able to do sort of like nano lots, think about it that way. So if you want to get into a whole position, well, then you will be effectively doing 0.2, 0.2, 0.2 until you get to that 1. So it will be the same thing. It's just because the contract sizes traded are quite massive.
Right.
You do the same thing just with full contracts. So, obviously it's an entirely different way of trading. And at that point, if you don't really have your strategy spot on, you will get lost.
Right.
Because you get suckered into doing this averaging in, then you're like, am I in? And if you're not sure of the level, it's going to affect the way you think.
Right.
So suddenly all of your effort is going to be in averaging into a trade. And if you're not entirely sure of the setup, you'll be making mistakes. And then it'll be like going in, going out, going in, going out. And that's just not possible when you're trading with size. So whoever tells you, trading with size is really easy. Yeah, they never traded with size.
Trading with size is really easy. I mean, if I get too much size on it, it just affects my thought process. Even.
Yeah. Same. Same.
Right,
It's that's why most of the time I keep my P&L in ticks. So if I have to trade like that, I don't want to look at the P&L. Like you just can't stay sane looking at sort of $3,000 down, $4,000 up, 2,000. Like it's like that's like a deposit for a car or something.
Right.
So obviously all of that plays into the process. But if you just focus on ticks, everything looks the same.
Right. Okay. So I'm out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I 10% of this 40, 45, 80 level there. I'm up for $425.
Well, they gave me a trading combine to mess around here until I got a live account. I actually got short a little in the ES right about where you took it off. So like right about here. I think you know what? Because this isn't live, it's just a trading combine. Don't necessarily follow me into it, but I could see it flopping around today. It's the day before the holidays.
Right. Right. Yeah. So, all right. It was a good start.
Good job.
Now that I'm out of it, it's going up to 4,600. Whenever I start seeing dollar signs, I kind of feel like that's the high. Thank you, Sarah Hall. Definitely. It's good to see you, Sarah Hall. It's good to see everybody. I see so many familiar names from when I was doing the market prep. It's good to have you with us. Prayers and love, Sarah Hall. Prayers and love. All right, so here we are. What do you want to do now?
Yeah, well, we got a long day ahead of us of sure to be great trading and
talking about a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, I'm sure we'll come up with something.
So
this is the moment where everybody is like, "Oh, Hoag's made money in the first 2 minutes, and now what?"
Right. Yeah, well, I'm sure we can screw it up later.
Yeah.
Now, Thanksgiving is a U.S. holiday. Has it like bled over into England at all? Does anybody do that? I mean,
not unless they're American. So obviously you will have Americans who live here and work here, and they will celebrate their Thanksgiving, of course.
Sure.
But yeah, with the British people, no, there's no real holidays around this time of the year. There is a Guy Fawkes night, which is like a bonfire night on 5th of November. And that's obviously that's gone, but usually they do a big fireworks display in the park nearby. So it's you can hear like banging and craziness and stuff. Luckily, my current set of dogs, they don't care about fireworks. It's like literally all going off, and they're just like, yeah, okay.
Wow.
I'm very grateful for that, because I had a dog who was very reactive, and it was a nightmare for years. But yeah, so that's the only holiday before Christmas, so to speak. So 5th of November and then nothing. But all the Christmas festivities already start in October here. I don't know whether you guys do the same, but they start to put Christmas decorations on the streets, especially like the central London, like Oxford Street, Regent Street, and all that. So that's like a whole thing. And obviously over there, it's already festive. It looks like where Christmas is knocking on the door, like literally in October. And then the crowds start as well. So we start to see like Christmas shopping and all that madness.
Right. It seems that over here, Christmas starts in July now.
Oh, is it? So you've gone one step. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
I heard, I was in Costco the other week, Hoag, and I heard like the first Mariah Carey, and it was earlier than ever.
Oh no!
I'm supposed to wait till Thanksgiving at least.
Right.
Yeah. You know it's serious when Mariah Carey songs start happening.
It's funny. Your little dogs aren't afraid of fireworks. Lacey hides in my kid's bathroom because it's like in the middle of the house. She just curls up like right next to the tub, which she hates going in the tub, but that's where she sits when there's fireworks.
That's a safe space.
Yeah, I feel so bad for her. She's such a big beast, but she's such a big baby.
Yeah. It's like our biggest Cavapon Bernard. He's very big for what he is. He's more the size of a small Labrador.
Huh.
It's ridiculous. They probably picked up him and his brother Rimmer. They probably picked up like throwback Pomeranian genes, which means that back in the day, Pomeranians were actually big dogs. They were like 40 pounds. And then they bred them down to be like toy size. But every so often you get like bigger sample sizes, and they obviously picked up more of those. So they're pretty big. But he's such a cuddly, scaredy cat, however you call it. Whenever a dog barks at him, he's like, "Oh my God, why are you barking at me?" And then he comes over and he's all cuddly and he doesn't know what to do with himself. So yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, we have Lacey just loves other dogs. She'll try and go through the fence if there's a dog on the other side. Unfortunately, some of those dogs are coyotes, and she doesn't know the difference. So she thinks they're all dogs are friends.
No.
She's so scared if she gets out. But she's gonna meet a coyote, and that's not gonna be good. So
No.
we keep pretty close ties on her at night, and we've got this really strong flashlight, so we got a lot of space back behind us. It's like a wetland, and there's a pond back there, and so before we even go out, we're out there with the flashlight looking to see if there's any eyes looking back at us, because we just I can't have that. Nasty coyotes.
We don't have coyotes over here. We have foxes though. And they're not dangerous. They're a bit annoying.
Yeah.
They get into the bins and stuff. Every time there's a big light, they just go around rummaging.
Yeah, right. Like raccoons here.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Sometimes you wake up and the whole rubbish is just all over the street.
Everywhere.
Like, oh, great. Just going to have a look at what's going on in gold as well, just in case we get something.
Half the combine trade.
Oh, good. Did you?
I did.
Oh, good. So you made some money on that.
Well, I made some virtual money, as they say. But if I pass Hoag,
yeah.
Well, I've got a free reset for you if you need it.
I'm the code man. I could do it if I wanted to.
Jeez, man.
Just saying, I have a pug, by the way, Hoag, who thinks it's a big dog.
Really?
Yeah.
I think at some point, let me check where he is. He's still upstairs. I think at some point today we're gonna have to get Rodney on the show again.
Yeah.
He has big dog energy. The problem is he's not a German Shepherd mix like Lacey. He's
right.
He's tiny. Yeah.
Yeah. He got into a fight once with a pit bull.
Oh man.
I say fight more that he was like attacked by a pit bull, but you know what? He did okay, and he was back the next day. Oh, he survived, and then the next, like once he recovered, he was back to just like giving the business to big dogs. He's like Joe Pesci.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Because we had one of our dogs that got attacked by a pit bull, but he was then quite before then he was a bit nuts. He was a rescue. And he used to like just go bashing into other dogs. He didn't know how to play. I don't think he was socialized before he got to us. And then years later, he was fine with dogs. We took him to doggy daycare, and he learned how to behave with other dogs. And then one day, we're just walking. We were at the park, and this pit bull comes out of nowhere and just attacks him. And it was a straight pit bull. So after that, he got quite humble. And he was very respectful of other dogs. And he also changed the way he behaved towards us as well. Because before then, he used to have like these little run-ins with my husband. Like he was like testing his boundaries. But then after that, he was just like, no, you guys are my people. Like you saved me. So he was like listening and always around. And it was quite funny. All right, I'm going to try short in crude. I know it's early and I might regret this, but it is a unidirectional day. So I'm going to do a short from somewhere around here. And I'm also going to do it on here. So let's see, just one lot. I've got a bracket order ready to go. So that's entry at 74.34.
All right. You're in.
Yep, I'm in. So let's see what happens there.
Take out this first one.
And your target is down to that to like 2.7.
Not that much. I mean, if I can get 2R, yeah. I mean, I never really go much over my 2Rs. So 73, 60, 62, 65, that would be enough for me. Even if I get 73.80, if it's not really moving that quickly, I'll be happy. So anything like 1.5 to 2R, that's absolutely fine for me.
And be right half the time, and you're making money.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually had pretty high accuracy this year. My accuracy is floating around 69 all the way up to 77% this year. So obviously not every target is reached, but that means that even if I get like 35% of them reaching 2R, I'm wildly profitable. And then all the rest of them just kind of add on to the buffer.
All right, I'm out.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It'll probably keep on running if we're doing it, but I'm trying to respect my trading combine rules. My daily loss left myself is going to be 10% of the target.
Okay.
Going to try and not YOLO this. Going to try and play real.
That came back real nice.
Good cover, Hoag.
Oof.
Yeah. Monthly supply.
It took that liquidity up at 80, and that was it.
Yeah. Yep.
Got some liquidity down below here at 24.15 in the crude.
74.15, you mean?
I mean, I'm sorry, 74.15.
Yeah.
I swear, okay. I've never been diagnosed, but I think I'm a little bit dyslexic.
Yeah, I have something similar with numbers sometimes, and apparently it's a similar thing as dyslexia, but it's called dyscalculia. Where you flip the numbers around. I never do it with letters, but I do it with numbers.
With numbers, yeah.
It just goes to show, even if you have some kind of a condition like that, you can still trade as long as you know how to manage it.
Yeah. I know what I'm thinking, not necessarily what I'm saying.
Yeah. I stick to patterns and stuff, and I have all these like visual helping things, like this little fib tool that I hacked. This is just something that comes with the platform.
With the platform, right?
Yeah, and then what I do, I just literally delete all the normal levels, and I just put my R multiples here.
Ah, okay, right.
Yeah. And then I don't have to calculate anything. I just basically take the tool, and here it shows me ticks and stuff and everything, so I can just set it to whatever I want. So it's very handy.
So we have something like that on TradingView.
Oh, really? I don't really use TradingView, but obviously with Topstep X, I will.
You can, like, if we were short here. Yeah. And our stop was up here. It kind of gives us the ratio.
Right.
right? So
Yeah,
like
that's
if we
very
were short
handy.
here and that was our target, that would be a 6.1, 6.3 reward over
Nice.
risk ratio.
Yeah. Does it show ticks as well? I can't quite see from. Shows the
24.
amount. Yeah, 24. I think that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it does. That's great. So that's
Yeah.
basically the same thing as this thing in MetaTrader. Exactly the same thing. So yeah.
Cool.
Awesome.
I haven't really used that,
Yeah.
but I'll check it out.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on my live as well. So we'll play around with that when I get my hands on Topstep X.
To look through headshots right now so that I can Photoshop an overlay for myself. I forgot to do that. My apologies.
Oh,
It's all right.
yeah, we need your P&L for the day there, Jack, too.
Yeah.
Well, MP's at Legoland, so we should be good.
Yeah.
He's always watching.
Always watching. Yes. So
Always
to
watching.
say that.
Forget it, Mike. It's Legoland.
Oof. Man.
Yeah. Should have. Well,
Look at NASDAQ. Have you seen that? Like, Jesus, I just
Holy
look at
smokes.
it. Look at that. What is that? What did Matt say? NASDAQ? Yeah, this is why.
the Nazi Daddy.
Yeah.
It's also that this is just holiday hijinks. If you're around trading around Thanksgiving, the U.S. indices are trading around week of Christmas are the two big ones. I mean, like when I was trading at a firm, I usually close my book down by mid-December at the latest, but ideally the Friday before.
Mm.
I guess it depends on how I was doing on the year.
Wow. D, that's some pretty stiff rejection up there.
Yeah, I'm still waiting because there was a 30-minute chart. There was a rejection of this little step here.
Uh-huh.
So that's what I was looking at.
Sorry, I was talking about the equities.
Oh, equities. Yeah. The ES, here's ES. I'm still on 1 minute chart because I was looking at your opening range trade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It took it out.
ES is well, it got to 45.80, didn't quite get to ADR. But again, that can happen around the supplies where if we're already in a supply, if the sellers do come in, it just smacks it. So that can indicate a sign of very, very strong move downwards when the intraday levels that should be reached don't get reached. So
Don't get reached, right. What doesn't happen is as important as what does.
Yeah. And both are very valuable pieces of information.
Ooh, well, we may be looking for a short sometime soon here.
Mm.
I'm
going to focus on my crude oil.
Yes. All right, I'll keep thinking.
Is that your thinking sound?
Yes.
Okay. Let me check. Is there any news out? Consumer sentiment coming out? Right, Hoag,
A
at
couple
9?
minutes, probably.
9 o'clock. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It almost seemed like something came out, right?
Do we have inventories as well? I think we do.
Yes, 9:30.
Yeah. So I'll be out of this by then, whatever happens.
Let's see anything in particular that would have knocked us around. So we had just under a minute until the consumer sentiment comes out, or lack of sentiment, whatever it is.
Yeah.
All right. The University of Michigan, the expert economists there coming up with their consumer sentiment numbers. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see what kind of reaction we got. 2, 1, and 61.3 November.
Okay.
Consumer expectations. Yeah, consumer sentiment is higher than expected. It was 63.8 last month. They were looking for 60.4, came out 61.3. So lower than last month, but higher than expected. What's it all mean?
Well, ES is falling, so.
You got to watch the dollar.
Yeah.
The dollar had a really nice pop earlier. It seems to have tapered off, but and VIX.
Where did you say the VIX was?
This morning, the VIX was 12.98, and currently, I'm updating, refreshing, 13.04. So it's a little bit higher than when it was, but when we opened.
Do you guys buy into the VIX kind of losing some of its cachet because of all the zero-date options?
Well, there's something else that somebody told me about. It's not to me to tell you about it, but when we have Anne Marie on, we'll see if we can get her to tell us this. I don't know if Anne Marie's watching, but I don't want to say anything.
So she's got theories?
Well, she's got something that she's brewing that kind of relates a little bit to VIX and the options, but I don't want to say anything about it, which I probably already said too much.
I gotta close the door real quick. The child is up.
Morning. Yeah, so
Right, crude oil extending lower.
all right. Nice. Yeah, we had just a small initial bounce there, right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. You getting some energy then. All right.
Fantastic cover again, Hoag.
Man. Whenever I get dollar signs in my eyes, I just say I got to get out.
Yep.
I'm waving. I have a glass door to the outside of this office, and there is a 2-year-old in pajamas waving. Okay, he's lost interest.
Yeah, Amory's currently traveling, but we'll get her on here to talk about all of this sometime soon.
Yeah, I'm not a core equity indices trader, so I don't really look at VIX all that much. If that was my main market, obviously I would pay more attention to it. But like I always say, I only trade ES towards the end of the day. So
when it's pretty much the only game in town.
Yeah. All right, we got some time.
All right. Here I go again. A range extension outside the initial balance and crude. A relatively large initial balance here in the S&Ps. 23. actually bigger than the entire day range from yesterday.
Yeah.
Question: people asking for the 400th time where MP is. What do you want from him today? I'm just honestly curious. It's like every 10 minutes there's a "Where's MP?" He's at Legoland.
It's because he trades NASDAQ. I think there's a lot of NASDAQ traders who are like, can we look at NASDAQ?
Yeah, right.
Legoland trader. So yeah, MP will be back. What do you think he would have done this morning? I can't tell if he would have made a lot, or because he would have gotten short. I don't know. We'd have to. The world may never know.
Well, I wonder if he's trading on his phone from Legoland.
He's bartering Legos, I imagine.
Oh man.
Cool. Well, is there anything that could tempt you here, Hoag?
Yeah. I'm always tempted, but try to be always patient. The volume profile on this session is so toothy. This was an emotional move. I'm kind of tempted at weekly kickoff high 45.67 if we get there, just because that's where B session began and drove. If it gets back there, there might be an opportunity, or at least close to it. Mm-hmm. But I'm not seeing like any really good volume shoulders to kind of lean on. Maybe right here. I mean, this is kind of a low volume node. That's that B high that we just talked about. That's right up against the weekly kickoff level. Yep. Maybe you get a pullback to here. Otherwise, I'm probably going to have to wait to see if we leave any single TPOs to the downside.
Well, we have the value high as a potential area of interest on ES.
Right.
That's,
right here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if it manages to accept value, even though the value is tiny,
right,
barely eight handles wide.
Right. Yeah, this probably wouldn't be one that I would be looking forward to taking.
No, but if you are in a short already, let's say you get your entry, that could be a continuation monitoring device.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. First thing we have to do is close the gap. If we can't close the gap, then it says something.
Yep.
So somebody's asking what size combine am I trading? It gave me, it's 158 combine, but the truth is I would just go with a 50. Like, I don't want to take, you get 5 contracts or whatever in a 50K combine. Like, I don't need to trade more than that. I just took 2 on that trade this morning. So I'm just going to trade it like a 50K.
Yeah, I mean, the only benefit to the larger combine is the initial larger drawdown and obviously the daily loss limit. Mm. But if you're never near that, then 50K is absolutely fine. Because the whole point is to spend time in your funded account, not necessarily, constantly be in combines and stuff, but to give all of your attention to the XFA and the live funded account. Whenever I'm doing any kind of new combines and stuff, I don't like spending a lot of time in them. So typically I will go for a 50K, and then, you if you're very selective with the kind of trades that you take, you can actually pass it in like a few days. But obviously you can't be trading one lot and then do like 5 trades a day. That's never going to work. So I usually have an approach of quality over quantity if I'm going to do that. So just find a good setup, go into a trade, take whatever the market gives me, and then just keep going until the target is reached. But, I'm very good at controlling myself. And then if I have, space, if I'm in a funded account, I have space, I will try more trades. So it's all to do with circumstance that I'm currently in. Or you can just do micros in a 50K to, if you're still in the experimentation phase and you want to trade more just to see what works, what doesn't work, or you're not very good at finding those quality trades because of lack of experience and data, then, this trading micros will give you more opportunities in the day. But obviously you still have to be sensible. Like, don't go smashing in like 200 trades per day.
If I do that, I'm definitely over trading.
Oh yeah, I mean, for me, anything over 3, and I'm already like, what are you doing, Deanna?
We'll see if the stream recovers here. We know it was dying. Okay, James says that we're back to green. It's like it's like in the movies. We have this stream icon, and sometimes with the overlays, it'll go yellow or even red. But now we're back to green. So we're testing out some new tech things in the next couple weeks. But yeah, pray for the computer. We have a lot of inputs going into it. It's very powerful, but might be too much for the software.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of bandwidth to
oh my God,
yeah, I know. Video is expensive.
Yeah, it's an expensive hobby. I will say that.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, we have like a computer that sits in a data center, and then right now we have about 3 to 5 remote feeds coming in, and then 3 to 5 remote feeds of charts, and then 2 NDI inputs of the scroller you see, and the overlays, and the camera that points outside, and it's becoming a little too much for the software.
So what's Tilt saying?
Tilt?
Is it tilty?
Is it tilty? Crude, 66% short. NASDAQ is 50-50 if you ask me. 52% long. E-mini S&Ps 50-50. Even Steven.
So not tilty yet.
Not tilty. Not tilty.
But crude oil is tilty.
Crude is tilty. Yep, for sure. Pretty close to 70%. But they're getting paid, so that happens. As are you.
I mean, it's a unidirectional day, so it does make sense.
All right. Well, we don't have the overlays, but we could probably get to some of our James, you got anything for us that we're showing today? The grab bag. Oh, we have a poem written by a trader. I can hear James in my ear.
I love this.
It's the cat in the hat. There's thing 1, but no thing 2. How will we trade, or what should we do? For this complication is out of the blue. Should we quit or just make do? LOL. Yeah, I knew. Damn it, James. Deanna, for the backstory here, there's someone we used to work with. They used to have celebrity lookalike, like in the marketing stands or whatever, where they would say what you look like, and every single other person, it would be like, "You're so gorgeous. You look like, I don't know." I used the example Selma Hayek before, or something like that. And then when it got to me, the guy's like, "You look like the Cat in the Hat from the live action Cat in the Hat." So that's the heckling now. I am the Cat in the Hat.
Cat in
Mike
the Hat.
Myers.
Yeah.
I always thought it was more what's his name? I can't think of it now.
Oh, Seth MacFarlane. I mean,
Seth MacFarlane.
I do look like Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah, a little
Wish
bit.
I had his money.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're working on it. Succeed in that trading combine.
Yeah, of course. So we're up. I'll just trade this trading combine on TopstepTV. We're up 582.
Nice.
Nice.
There we go. Some people saying I'm hot. I'll take it. I'm just joking around. I don't really care about the hat and the cat. The hat and the cat, the cat and the hat thing. It's just it was more the disrespect. I don't know what I was giving off, that I don't think there was any other employee at the company that someone would have gone for like that. Okay.
All right. So here we are. We getting not a real good pullback here yet in the S&Ps.
Diddling in the middle.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm okay if I don't do anything else. Made a little money. Had a little fun.
Yep.
It's Thanksgiving. Just been thinking a lot about what I'm giving thanks for, and it's also, if you guys don't mind, indulge me a little bit. It's my mom's birthday. We lost my mom about a year ago in October, but it's her birthday today, and her birthday was always right around Thanksgiving. So I always, of course, think about Mom for Thanksgiving. For the last 10 years, I'd go pick her up and bring her over here for a few days, and we'd make all the food in the world. And here is a picture of me and my mom. Here we are. Look at the melon on that kid.
Oh, you look exactly like you do now.
My older brother used to call me. My older brother used to call me Charlie Brown. But there's lovely Mom. Thankful for all the time I did have with her.
Very nice.
Well, happy birthday, Mom, man.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Mom.
About a year ago, because my mom's birthday is in October, and she never really made much of it every year. She was just like, "Oh, don't worry about it, it's fine." But then since we lost my dad a couple of years back, she's been a little bit lonely, and she's kind of struggling. She's okay, but she doesn't have a lot of people around her, and obviously she doesn't live in the same country. So one year, literally last year, I decided to turn up at her door, just unannounced. And she nearly stroked out. It was hilarious because I got to her house, and I was at the gate, so I rang the bell, and I could see she was in the garden, and she couldn't see me, but she could hear the bell. So she goes, "Yes, who is it?" And I said, "Hello." And she was like, "Oh my gosh." And she was just like so excited to see me. And I was just like, "Mom, don't stroke out." Like, please don't.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, so she said, "Oh, that was the most perfect day," and she still talks to people about how I surprised her, and it was completely unexpected. She never thought I was going to turn up like in a million years, and everybody kept the secret because my sister knew I was coming, but she obviously didn't tell her. So yeah, it was a very nice surprise, and I'm very happy that I did that for her.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Awesome.
I don't know what to do here.
Oh, these inventories, and it's kind of jumping around now.
Yeah.
Crude oil.
I don't know what to do, so I'm doing nothing.
I'm still in my position. I'm waiting. So
okay.
I would like to get 2R, but if the time runs out, then I'm just gonna have to take it wherever it is.
Yeah, you'll be out before the 9:30 number.
Realistically, if I was still at the shop, I would be using today just to get flat, right? I wouldn't be initiating new positions. Now, we were trading spreads, so spreads and butterflies, so it was more of a pain to get in and out of positions. They kind of just, you had to peel them off. But if I was flat, I wasn't going to put anything else on because the markets in that case, because I always took Thursday and Friday off. You know, the markets are open on that Friday, and you didn't want to be there. So
yeah.
That being said, I did know like one of the biggest trading days I've ever seen was a guy trading on Thanksgiving night. Now,
Committed.
don't go out there. Yes, committed.
Yeah.
He was a single professional poker player. Now, an important caveat there, he was not trading outrights. He was trading spreads. And you can see how that might happen, that there's giant, you know, gaps that you think are going to revert.
Because it's a market neutral strategy, so you're effectively using spreads to profit.
Exactly. Spreads could work. I think it would be a terrible time to try and trade outrights for that same reason.
Yeah, boy, it is getting jumpy, isn't it, a little D?
Yeah.
You know, get a little bit thin into the dome already, too.
Real quick, wanted to give an update on the 5K payout club. Congratulations again to everyone that's made 5K in payouts. The first 35 hats are in the mail, and some already got them. I think we have a tweet of that, James.
There you go. Very nice.
Very nice stuff there.
Yeah.
And they do come in this lovely box. I got James speaking in my ears. Pretty great. I feel like I'm a big time TV guy. Yeah, look at that. So the minor hiccup is we're getting this off the ground right now. We are unable to ship outside the U.S., but we will let you know as soon as we expand the shipping. And the only place that you can claim your 5K hat and pin are on TopstepTV. We'll pin that form to the chat now. I am reading. So, Michelle, if you could throw that up there. If you have 5K in payouts, let us know. So, in Boston, yeah. And if you want to be a guest on Topstep TV, if you think that you are someone who can brave the heat of being on here with stone cold killers like John Hoagland and Deanna, well, send me an email at topsteptv@topstep.com and we'll see if we can focus that out. But
I like
have
that.
Good internet. Yeah.
I like that. I never thought of myself as a stone cold killer.
I haven't thought of myself like that either.
Stone cold killers like Eddie Horn and JD and Mick Aronimo. Somebody asked about my skincare routine. I roll out of bed and then I put moisturizer on my face. It's so dry here in Chicago right now. I have to sit here and put goop on my face pretty much hourly, something like that.
But that's why your skin looks amazing. Because at least you put moisturizer on. You know, let's face it, most dudes don't do anything. They're just like, yeah, whatever, man.
I'm not a fan of lotions and all that stuff. I don't do anything. Obviously, it shows because I look like a saddlebag, but...
I have a pretty simple skincare that works. I have retinoids cream that I put at night, and then I follow that up with a moisturizer, and then in the morning I just put moisturizer and sunscreen. That's it.
Sunscreen, even if you're not going outside?
Yeah, because even if you're outside, you still get UV rays that can damage the skin. And even though I'm olive skinned, it's still after a while, it's going to affect you. And I didn't get to 43 looking like this, doing nothing. So it's worked for me. So yeah, as long as it's consistent. So your skincare, as long as it's consistent, that's all that matters.
Just like trading.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's certainly working.
Crude is back in my entry, and I'm running out of time here, and I don't want this to turn into a loser, so I'm just going to take scratch.
Okay. Scratch is a good trade.
I should have taken it at 1.5R, but I wanted more, and kind of forgot a little bit about the inventories as we were talking, and then I didn't take it. So yeah. This is the thing with live trading, because you're thinking about so many different things.
Right?
You're not necessarily trading the way you normally trade. That's why, when people go, oh yeah, but like I know Michael was saying that people are like, oh, what, you make money off camera? Oh, yeah, right. But that's why, because there's so many things happening when we're talking. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you're not managing the trades properly. Right. And that's okay, as long as it's not, a loser, as long as I don't take the stop loss, which is not what you want to be doing. But yeah, so it crawling back to my entry, like it might go down, but right now it's too much of a risk to hold it into the inventories. So
yeah, I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
It's tradertation.
Tradertation.
Tradertainment. Tradertainment.
Tradertainment.
There's my dyslexia coming back again.
Tradertation. It's like dissertation for traders, right?
There's a question is somebody's asking why you chose to trade crude oil.
What, me? Well, I'm a crude oil trader by design. That is my main market. When I got my first prop trading job, I was moved from Euro futures, which was something that I traded back then in 2013. And then they put me on an equities desk initially. So I was doing ES, and I absolutely hated it because ES back then was only moving like 12 ticks in a day. It was really quite painful. And I don't like the slow moving instruments. I need something that moves. And actually, if the average session range falls below about 150 ticks per session, I will actually exclude that particular product from my tradable instruments until the ranges come back. So obviously ES was dead in the water. And then I said, guys, can you please just give me something different? Because this is going to kill me completely. So they were like, well, you could try crude oil. And I was like, really? You can trade crude oil? Like, I was so green when I went into property. It's hilarious. I didn't even know what ES was, because they were like, you're going to be trading ES. And I'm like, what's that? And then they put me to trade crude oil. And right that year, there was some crisis going on in crude oil. And then it spilled over into 2014. And all of that time, we had really nice big ranges of about 300 ticks. So it was amazing. So I was like, yes, I'm definitely a crude oil person.
Yeah, that's when it was trading over $100, right?
Yeah. So basically, I stayed with crude oil all of these years, and at some point I added gold as well. That was actually because of you, Hoag. You put me onto gold. Oh. So yeah, I quite like those two products. So I'm more of a sort of commodities trading person than equities, and that's why you will mainly see me trade crude.
Right.
Is that one of your dogs, D?
Yeah, they're going out for a walk. My husband has taken them out, and that's the Pomeranian, the mother. She is very screamy, like most Poms. So he's like, I'm going to mute myself for a while.
So, yeah, and James Harden, I saw this over here too. Feel free to talk your voice live if you wish at some point, if you need me to get to anything. We always love to hear from you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know we do have some stories going on today.
Hi, it's me, and they can hear me now. I'm just trying to make sure the stream doesn't break. It's crazy back here.
Okay.
Yeah, no more trader overlay today, so we'll have to be sure to say our prices and when we get.
Oh, okay. Is that what's doing it?
Yeah, it's every time we try and put on the trader overlay, we can see your trades, we can update it. The Wirecast says, I don't want to. And it kind of grinds to a halt. All our viewers can't see it, and I'm going to not do that again today.
Fair enough.
Good.
Right, we've got inventories in less than a minute.
Okay.
We're watching.
You can see my countdown, which is obviously a little bit later for YouTube, I think.
Yeah, there's a 6-second delay from what we do here and what they see.
Okay, that's not too bad, actually.
We're 30 seconds from it.
Yeah.
Big inventory boost by API last night. They said there was an additional 9 million plus barrels here.
Wow. Okay.
The
I mean,
EIA
that should be bearish,
right?
Although that usually happens on Thursdays. So they do the number, and then the real move only comes.
It happens the day after, right?
Yeah. Otherwise, it's most of the days. Yeah. Sometimes you might get a trending day, but most of the time is storm in a teacup, like a lot of up and down, up and down, up and down.
I love that. Storm in a teacup.
Storm in a teacup. As a reminder, we're off tomorrow and the day after, but on Monday, Danny Trades is here to trade with us and talk about starting his live funded account Tuesday and every Tuesday. As you saw yesterday, if you were here.
Nice one.
Trades by Matt is coming. He'll be here to take your questions. And then Jared Tendler will be here on Wednesday at 11.
Cool.
Crude oil inventories, 8.7 million barrel boost by the EIA. That's a surprise. What were they looking for? They were looking for a 1.75 million barrel boost. Came out 8.7 million barrel, much closer to what the API said last night.
Yeah. So that could mean more downside. I'm going to drop down to a low time frame just to observe what's happening.
See if you can get in.
Yeah. And for this purpose, I like to look at Renko chart because it shows you better when the move is actually going to taper out.
Now, we might, in the background, Casey is in there trying to fix our performance issues. So we might not be able to change the
chart for a minute.
All right, I'm going to try a short, 74.18 short.
74.18.
74.18. And you're filled.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to switch this to ticks because don't want to take too much heat on this.
The equities here, we've got excess on both ends of the range today.
Let's see. Yeah.
We did not take the short at that level, although it did provide at least one little push back to the downside from there.
Yeah.
It's kind of lining up with a large initial balance to probably end up being a normal trading day.
Yeah.
Let's see what's happening in crude here. Got a little relief there, huh?
Well, for now, yeah. We'll see whether that continues or not. Just going to put my... Let's do this.
Okay.
418.
The tilt is, 75% long in the S&Ps right now. 75% long. That's pretty tilty.
Yeah.
And it's pretty tilty. NASDAQ, 70% long. Crude oil, 50-50.
Change of sentiment. See, that could be also a way to use tilt, that when the sentiment changes, so if it was tilty, so it's almost 70%, and then comes back to 50, that could be an extra piece of information that people can use.
Yeah, and if you don't know what that tilt is, the tilt is the aggregate position of everybody at Topstep trading in a trading combine and in an XFA account. So that's basically telling us sentiment overall as to what the retail traders might be doing as far as positioning is concerned. Pretty useful. It kind of goes back to So to a thing they used to do on the grain floor many years ago, they called it the bullish consensus. And when they asked everybody that was interested in grains, traded grains, grows grain, whatever you were, if you were bullish grains, and every time the crowd was 80% bullish, the high was close. Every time the crowd was 20% bullish, the low was in.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. So when you get everybody the one way, there's nobody left to buy it or sell it. If you get everybody long in the short time frame, nobody left to buy it, that can put in a high.
Yep, makes sense. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing finite in futures trading. Sometimes, you could be 80% long in crude oil, and they can continue to get paid.
Yeah.
It just depends on is there a longer time frame presence, or is it short time frame controlled? If it's short time frame controlled, I think the tilt gives you a little bit better of an edge when you see it over tilty, and that's when you're probably getting a little bit too overextended, too long to continue to rally. Gives you the opportunity, and nobody else has this.
Yeah.
Something's trending up or trending down. It seems, at a certain point, it becomes almost inevitable that people will be jumping in to stop it. Even though we can kind of say the platitudes all the time of, don't catch a falling knife or get in front of that train or whatever else.
Right.
Yeah, but there comes a point where everything gets exhausted. No more buyers, no more sellers, and that's when you can look to go the opposite way. But obviously, there's quite a lot of skill when you have a trending day on your hands to go against that. But obviously, none of these are trending days right now. So this is just still staying range bound. And at the moment, we're kind of waiting to see whether the market stays range bound or whether we actually get some traction, especially in this crude oil. Like we know that London took it lower, and we know that it went over the average daily range, which does increase the chance of it being a higher volatility day. But whether we're going to get a continuation or we just get stuck in this range that we already established, we don't. That's an unknown. So now we have to try and read the clues to see what might be happening, and that's where the market profile comes in.
Good point.
In my opinion, that's the only concept in trading that could keep you out of trouble if you're objective enough and knowledgeable enough to figure out what's happening.
Yes, and that's one of the everybody's focus is on making money. We still have to have the focus of not getting murdered.
Smacked, yeah.
Right? You don't want to. One thing you don't want to do, right?
I wouldn't say get murdered. I mean, sometimes when if I do take my stop loss, if I do lose, I kind of feel like it's a slap on the face. Like, you're wrong. Smack.
JP's got a question for us, D. With a big base like today in the in NASDAQ, the initial balance, does it normally give an indication of what day type to expect?
Well, if it's a large initial balance, then the only day type that would make sense would be a normal day, right? So it just tries to extend the initial balance, and then with the definitions of the normal day type, it's in the books it says if it extends 1 time the size of the initial balance, but really it should be up to 1 time, or if it's a normal variation day, up to twice the amount, right? So I would say that the normal day would be something to expect. But again, how much is going to extend past the initial balance, or if it's going to do it at all, that's again an unknown. So that's the thing that you have to watch out for and stay objective and not imagine things happening, like breakouts and stuff. Whenever I see a very large initial balance, I will err on the side of caution. So I would be looking for a failed auction, especially if I have a high probability level at the extension of the initial balance. Without a level, it becomes a little bit more tricky because NASDAQ is a little bit crazy. So anything can happen. And actually, to help with that kind of sentiment, I will look at ES. to try and work out what sort of a real day we have. Because I see NASDAQ as the crazier younger sister of ES who likes to go partying and drinking a lot and doing stuff. And yet ES is like the responsible adult.
Right.
So I kind of look at ES levels and then I try to match them with what's going on in NASDAQ. And that's worked pretty well for me.
That's perfect. I never thought of that, but that is exactly what the NASDAQ is, the crazier younger sister.
Yeah.
And as a reminder, Deanna is staying with us, I believe, until noon today.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let us know if you need a break at any point. At the 11 o'clock hour, Dolby time is going to come in while I work on the quiz, and then we'll do the quiz at around 11:45 or noon, somewhere around there. And then Hoag's taking us home with group coaching. This is a marathon day for you, Hoag.
Yes, yes, it is. But I'm thankful for the opportunity that I have to do this. One of the things I'm thankful for, not necessarily in order, is the opportunities we have, in these markets, and I love what I do. And I, love you guys, and I love all of you guys, and I, feel very fortunate to have the opportunity to spend as much time as I get to with all of you, and Dee, and everybody here at Topstep, and Jack, James, MP. We got Andre, we got JD, we got just everybody. Such a great crew of people. Do such a great job. It's really just fantastic. And that's one of the many things that I'm going to be giving thanks for tomorrow. We can't, of course, forget, very important to me, and very thankful for my faith, my family, and for the food that we're going to be fixing over the next few days, and having the opportunity to spend time with the family and everybody. So it is fantastic. I don't want to forget anybody. We got Michelle, we got Danielle, we got everybody. Eddie, I'm pretty sure I said Eddie, but thank you all for all these opportunities, and for the ability to do what I do. I don't even feel like I'm working.
Yeah, I feel the same. I'm very, very, very fortunate to work with you guys. You're amazing. And Hoag, you've been my mentor for so many years, and a friend as well, more than anything in the last several years. So, no, Thanksgiving is not a British holiday, but I'm also very thankful to be able to do this every day, and to be able to share my knowledge, experience with you guys.
Very nice, Dee. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I'm thankful that I can wiggle my toes. It was one of my little brothers. We always did that at Thanksgiving, was go around the table and everybody say what they're thankful for. And his was 1 year thankful he can wiggle his toes. And how simple is that, right? We're alive.
Yeah, true.
Thankful for that.
And for the world's worst transition, if you're feeling the thankful sort of mood, please slap that like button. Ka-ching. YouTube streaming. Slap that like button. Button.
Slap
button.
the like button.
Fucking hit the like button.
Caress the button. Let's not be super aggressive. Caress the button.
Yes. Be gentle with the like button, and it will be gentle to you.
Yes.
Being asked to give a repeat of the holiday trading hours for tomorrow. Off the top of your head, I'm not going to be trading the next 2 days, but it's closed tomorrow.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think, the stock market's closed tomorrow. I think CME group products are open until noon.
Yeah,
and then
noon. Then close on Friday, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the New York Stock Exchange is open till noon on Friday, as well as the CME products.
Those are going to be weird days. Just heads up.
Yeah. Very low volume, very low participation. If something does happen, expect high volatility with low liquidity. But we're gonna keep praying that nothing goofy happens.
Yeah, with low liquidity, you can get these weird spikes, and they come out of nowhere. So if you don't have a stop loss, because I know some people trade without a stop loss, not the best thing. But if you are going to use the stop loss, at least have some kind of a disaster stop loss in place on those kind of days if you are going to trade.
We get a lot of folks asking questions about Renko charts, how they help you. And if you have it.
So on the right, I obviously have my normal 15-minute, 5-minute, 30-minute. I like to, sorry, one of my dogs is screaming. I may have to go and deal with that because the rest of them have gone out. Can you give me just like a second, and then I'm going to explain about Renko?
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Yeah, I think it's it's a really good question, and Renko charts aren't really charts that I've taken the time to get to know that well. So I'm very interested in seeing what she's got to say about them as well.
Bet Coach Robert knows a few things about those too.
Yes, he does. I think that's what he uses for his strategy, doesn't he?
If there's an unusual chart, Robert has experimented with it.
That's right. That's right. Well, he is the expert on the platforms and strange forms of charting, right?
Yeah, what they say, astrology for men, technical analysis.
Yeah, right.
Men and women, but.
All right, I'm back.
Hey.
So yeah, Renko charts. So because these are non-time based charts, they're
I gotta get Lacey up here. She'll hear that and start barking too. The joy of pets.
Yes, indeed. Still looking out there.
Still looking for.
I see him now. I see him.
For Rodney.
I see him. He's in his perch on top of the sofa.
Why Rodney? Is that for Dangerfield?
Good story, actually. So I used to have season Bears tickets, but I would have to. I can't go to 8 games a year or whatever.
Right.
So me and my brother had them, but I would end up selling, 6 of the games a season. And there was, I don't want to dox this person, but there was a random person from northwestern Indiana that I was sending Bears tickets to. And their name, I'll tell you what Rodney's last name after was Rodney, and then something very funny that was kind of like hard ass.
Huh.
So if you think of me and my brother would be like, oh, that person's being a hard ass or being a real Rodney so-and-so.
Oh, okay.
So when it came time for the dog was very much a little hard ass when we got him, so we named him Rodney.
Yeah.
And his full name is actually that gentleman's name.
And we don't know that name.
I know the name, but I don't know if what I really need to do today is give the full name out of some guy in northwestern Indiana.
Who that's
Right. So I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, my trade is out. Obviously, whilst I was dealing with the dogs. Again, another reason to have your stop loss in. Yeah. So Renko charts, because they are non-time based, they can show you just a pure movement or price rather than whatever's going on the time-based charts, and it just provides like an extra layer, and it can be a good timing tool. Now, for example, if I'm still looking to get short, instead of looking at the chart patterns here, I will be looking for a Renko reversal, which would tell me that the move is running out of steam.
Okay.
And that's sometimes not that easy to do with the normal charts. However, I never use Renko just on its own. It's always in a sort of a combination with other things, just as a little kind of timing tool. So yeah, it's not something that I focus on a lot, but I just find that it helps. Like for example, if I have a reversal on a 15-minute chart, I actually want to see exactly where the price is going to turn around. So then even if it pulls back to the reversal point, I can then not guess, but rather wait for the Renko to show me the reversal. And then I go in. Now, obviously, if you're wrong, you're plainly wrong, like I am here. So in that case, nothing's going to help. You just have to take your stop loss and be okay with it.
Right. So how does the Renko move? Is it
It's a tick-based chart. So
Tick-based.
yeah, and then you can define the bricks by size. So currently I have 8 and 4, which means the whole movement is 8 ticks wide, but the 4 means that there needs to be a space of 4 ticks before the next trending candle is going to be printed. And you can obviously change that. So if you want to slow it down, you know, sometimes if you're trading something like NASDAQ, it's a bit crazy. So keeping it at 8.4 is obviously really small. And it's just going to go, when it goes, it's just going to go throw up. So you can actually slow it down. And then this way, you can have a slower movement. But that also means that the brick sizes are going to be wider. So clearly, if you're going to just do scalping for like a few ticks, that's not going to be very good. But it's still good to gauge movement. And here you can also see where the tops and the bottoms came from pretty clearly.
Wicks there. Those are the reversal bars?
Yeah, those are the reversal bars. Yeah. Right. So it kind of tells you, sometimes if you have a choppy day, it's really not that easy to see where the swing extreme was, where the low was, and Renko can help with that as well. So in a way, these reversal areas, they can be looked at as little supplies. So just like you would look at a supply reaction, is there a reaction from a supply? Is the price reversing or not? You can use these swing extremes in a very similar way.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of folks seem to really kind of enjoy those charts. Yeah. Dr. PJ says it's really useful. So
yeah, I agree. Yeah, for timing, it's really excellent. Sometimes I will see a reversal on a 30-minute chart, but it's too big to actually just whack in a position.
Yeah, right.
And then you can watch Renko and to see when it actually turns around. And that works really well for me. So yeah, it's something that I've added over the years because I used to come from a swing trading background, and it's been quite a long journey to actually get my intraday trading skills appropriate to what I wanted to see as a swing trader.
Sure.
Because I still want those big moves. And this is why I don't mind getting hit every so often, because when I get the trade, it's 2R, it's 1.5 R, it's like, it's pretty substantial profits. So every so often when you lose, it's like, yeah, whatever. It doesn't irk you as much.
Sure.
But with Renko, I found that I can time the trades in the reversal pattern better. So even though I see, like, for example, let's have a look at this reversal here. So clearly the price is going up. Well, I know that the price reversed somewhere from around here.
Right. You
so now
pull that over from the Renko over.
Yeah.
It's underneath us.
Yeah. So now.
There we go. Okay.
So now you know that this is similar to this area, right?
Right.
And instead of me just whacking in a trade after the reversal is over, I can actually wait for the price to test somewhere nearer the lows if I'm going to go long, and then wait for the Renko to reverse. So in a way, I'm effectively using a systematic method to get into a reversal trade without having to just rely on the regular time-based charts and then use massive stop losses. Because if you want to catch those intraday moves, especially on a ranging day, you really need to be quite accurate. And I'm still not like super great at it. I've managed to make the ranging days work for me, but I'm still a lot more comfortable with either a momentum trade or a reversal trade. In fact, reversal trades are probably my most comfortable setups.
Look at this.
All right.
Thank you, Dee. There's Rodney.
Here is Rodney the Wonder
Dog. Oh, there he is. Oh, what a cutie. I love him.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Why are you putting me on camera? This is not what we're talking about.
He's not good at looking into these.
Yeah.
There we go.
What up, dude?
Oh, kisses.
Yeah.
Kisses for Jack. Yeah,
well,
kisses for Daddy.
I won't torment Rodney too long, but everyone a happy Thanksgiving. All right, I'll let the gremlin out.
That's super cool.
Oh, well, look at that.
Oh God, yeah. Look at ES.
Yep.
Have you noticed that crude oil and ES have started doing what they used to do, being opposite of each other? Because for years they were going in the same direction. And traditionally, they were opposite,
right.
negatively correlated.
Hmm.
So we are seeing those traditional connections coming back. It's probably because of the interest rates, right? There's no other reason.
Probably, yeah. The yield curve has probably a lot to do with that. Trying to find the correlation, the 30-day correlation here. If I can find it.
Trying to figure out this lint roller.
So it's a negative 64 correlation. So it's an inverse correlation. That's on the 30-day correlation chart.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to try another short here.
All right.
74.42.
Cool.
But don't know whether it's cool, but we'll see.
Jack's got the lint roller because of Rodney's hair.
Yeah, do you know what? I gave up. Like, I'm covered in dog hair. Like, no lint roller is helping me.
The one time I can't do it is I like if I wear a dark fleece sometime, like a black fleece on the show, it just looks it looks incredibly bad. So see, I can't tell, like, Deanna, I can't tell you're covered in hair.
No.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, this is a gray shirt. Maybe if I had, although I do have black and tan dogs, and then also some blondes. So
The whole thing.
yeah.
Well, if you liked seeing Rodney, we want to see some more likes.
Yes, definitely.
Hit the lucky like button, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, it was right at the high value of that where the ES turned around. Right there. You know, we're looking for range bound. That's the spot. Oh well.
Yep.
My phone is constantly ringing. Some guy named Scam Likely is always trying to call me.
Yeah, we get that guy over here as well. It's very weird. He gets around, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's trying to call everybody. I'm gonna slide out of screen here just for 1 second. I gotta open my door.
Yeah, that's so much. It's like Rodney when people look at their dogs, and I'm like, sick burn on Rodney. I'd rather look like Rodney than the Cat in the Hat.
Yeah.
Righty. All right. What's your position, D?
Yeah, it's trying another short from 74.41.
Okay. You got the reversal on Urenco?
Yeah, and I got the reversal on a 2-minute chart as well. But again, this is post inventories, and holiday week, so I don't have high hopes for this. We'll see.
See, I just put the Renko on my chart here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the parameters are. 14.
That's the brick size.
Right.
I like to keep it either at 8.4 or at 16.8 if it's something really, really jumpy.
I'll just put this back on my candlesticks. Whoa. They're working on the school next door. They're putting an addition on the other side, thank goodness. And sounds like it just sounded like a big machine fell into the hole.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Like,
have you got a school next to you then?
Yes.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah. I got like a big field, and then the back of the school faces our house. And then behind the school is a dry retention area, and behind the house is a pond and a reserve, like a preserve for migrating geese and other animals.
Nice.
it's maybe 300 yards to the road behind us. And then I got a neighbor on one side, but like where we have the parties, like on the deck, it's the opposite side of that house.
Okay.
So we can have 100 people on that deck, and our next door neighbors would never even know it.
That's good.
Which is good. And then, we get all that space around the other side. So
in London, I can hear my neighbors breathing.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
the kids, we've been in this house for 23 years.
Wow.
The kids grew up here. It was a great place. They were, building forts back by the pond and in the trees, and we have a great backyard for wiffle ball games. We've had some epic wiffle ball games back here. My son wants to buy the house when we move. He's like, I'm buying the house. I want to stay here.
All right, so I'm out of that. Okay. I'm not going to be trying again because I tried 3 trades and I'm done. So it's very important to know your stopping point. So at this time, I don't think that we're going to get the day that I'm after, which is the continuation to the downside. We now have a failed auction, and it's very likely this is going to turn into a neutral day. And then neutral days are, like, I can navigate them, but they're not my strongest point. I've already tried 3 trades. I'm down 520, so this is done. Okay. It's very, very important to know when to stop.
I'm a 3 strikes and you're out kind of guy too.
Yeah.
3 strikes and you're out.
I also have a rule that if I lose full 2R, full 70 takes, I'm also out, which never really happens that way. Usually it's like -1R and then minus a little bit. And then if I don't manage to find my position in 3 attempts, that's it for the day.
Right. Then we're done. You're done.
Yeah. So I have a target for the stopping point as well as the number of trades.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now let's see if we get anything else here in the equities. Gold is the worst of scenarios seems to be happening in gold and in the S&Ps, and that's where where price kind of centers around the important inflection level, also known as the weekly kickoff high. Look at the S&Ps. We opened at it, we looked above it, we looked below it, we've been back to it, we've been back to it again. This is a nightmare scenario. So if we're not going to be fading extremes, we better just stay out. Yeah,
don't fiddle in the middle, as they say.
And gold's kind of the same thing. Gold seems to be. Here's that weekly kickoff level. We closed above it, showed signs of acceptance through time, and then bam.
Yeah.
Consumer confidence got us. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, to me, this looks like your regular holiday week where it's all very choppy and thin and neutral and responsive. So I don't really fancy getting involved in any of this, because I looked at gold earlier and I was like, okay, that looks horrible. And every time I can't quite orient the price to my levels, that's never a good sign, because it means that you're away from the good areas.
Right. And the good areas aren't the areas where a lot of trading has occurred.
Yeah.
It's where not a lot does.
Yeah, exactly. It's the less obvious ones, the less obvious trades that are the ones that end up being the money spinners.
All right. I'm stepping away for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Don't
let anything happen while I'm gone.
Yeah.
We'll just sit here quietly.
Yes. Suspense. All right, so let's talk about crude oil. I'm not going to trade it. Like I said, I've exhausted my 3 trades for the day. But some things that could happen, right? So we can have a mean reversion trade. So we can have an attempt of the price going back to fill the gap that we had at the open. Okay. Not all the way, because it's so far away. But there is like a little speed bump here. And that's where we also have the average session range exhaustion. So if we ever get there today, that would be the only logical area where I would be looking for yet another short to go with the release. But right now we've had a failed auction. It went all the way up to the edge of the initial balance. And I don't really expect that to stop. This was a pretty strong reversal. Now we have a smallish initial balance, and that increases the probabilities of the market ending up as a neutral day, where it increases the chances of it's kind of like an elastic band. So initial balance is your reference point, and then if you keep pulling the elastic band to both sides, well, you let it go, it's going to come back to the middle. So this is why we don't want to be getting involved in the middles of the middles on the choppy days. So I don't really see any good trading locations here anyways, so it would be ultra stupid to try and find more trades here.
Yeah, as I said, it's probably past my time where I'm looking for a trade today, but we'll still be here. We got a special little something when Hoag comes back.
Oh, yeah?
Don't want to do without him. We're going to have some fun.
Yeah, of course. We're going to wait. Yeah.
I have to be careful what I say, too, about it. It's not what you think it is, folks.
Okay.
Asking for things.
I'm intrigued now.
Yeah, for those asking about the quizzes yesterday, I did send out that email, so I'll have to go back and see what your username is. It's possible you mistyped your email and the email went into the void, or some random person with close to your name got the email. Who knows? I've been getting emails occasionally for a person with the exact same name as me, but there's only like a handful of people in the country with my exact name. So I know who it is, and I've actually forwarded some of it, and we got in a little conversation. It was fun.
So it's not someone who has your name, or like it's somebody making a joke or something, like pulling your leg?
It is someone who literally, once again, I don't want to dox people, but it is someone in Florida who is very different than myself, who has the same name I do. And I probably gave that away. What am I talking about? If he has my name, then
yeah, yeah. Interesting. So let me ask you a question. Who writes the quiz questions? Who comes up with them?
I do.
Oh, you do? Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
I'm going to do it at about 11 today. Speaking of which, I'm going to settle this once and for all. I see people talking about not being...
I'm going to see what's going on in YouTube chat as well.
Yeah, check the chat. We'll do this until Hoag gets back.
Yeah.
Yesterday's the November.
Let's see. The days of fire drills is long gone.
Yeah, we can't until we got to change like how we were doing that in the back end. There will be in the future, but don't come here solely for that.
Dan is asking. So I was actually using 16.8 and 8.4 for the Renko settings.
All right. Well, we got everybody back.
Yes.
We got some stuff to show.
Yes.
When you think of Thanksgiving, you probably think of food, you probably think of family, but are you thinking of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade and all their incredible floats this year?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, let's see if I can read this. You think MP's at the brick enhancer one? The brick changer? Is that what that one's called?
Yeah, I think so. Straight from Legoland. We got what I noticed right away is the Baby Shark one. And so help me God, if I hear Baby Shark one more time.
See, I don't have any human children, but I do have friends who have had children, and they would tell me about the Baby Shark, and they were singing the song, and I was like, "What is that?" And they're like, "Oh, it's like this show." I was like, "Oh, okay." It
might be a ploy by like North Korea to brainwash kids. I'm not completely unsure of that. Because it'll just be over and over again. Similar to Coco Melon, we're not even allowed to say that word because we've avoided our son watching that, and it seems miserable to watch. So we got Rock Lobster. James, is the theme this year rock?
It's got to be rock something, right? We got rocking moose, rocking horse, rocking lobster, Tom Turkey rocks, the Wondership rocks. I don't know, but if you're looking at all these and you're thinking to yourself, we're missing something, we're missing a cultural icon, I got you. We're missing the sexy Pringles man float.
I'm so glad we showed this.
Now, this to me screams Thanksgiving. This is what brings us all together. This is why we do this in the States. If you're not here, you're looking at it. This is America, baby.
Oh my goodness.
Looks like Mick fan fiction. I think this is a joke. I don't think this.
No, this is Danielle found this somewhere.
Danielle, can we know what was Danielle searching?
I think she drew this herself. Her private collection. And that's not all we got for the Thanksgiving Day.
Somebody had the munchies.
We got entertainment. We got Alex Smith, Amanda Shaw, Ashley Park, all these names you've never heard of. Brandy, I know that. Chicago, I know them.
I know it. Cher, yeah.
Her. David Foster sounds familiar.
Is Alex Smith not the quarterback formerly of the 49ers, I presume? This guy looks a little small.
I maybe that's him. I don't know.
I think I only know two people from this
whole list.
Brandy and Cher. That's it.
The Thanksgiving Day parade's always been something I put on in the background and never actually watch. So
no, it's not like riveting. I mean, like going to parades is kind of boring, and then imagine watching a parade on TV. It's like, what will they think of next?
Yeah, it's
like
not probably the one.
Trading.
Somebody's asking, what do Renko numbers mean? The first number is the blocks, and then the second number is how much distance do you want I've got a version of Renko with wicks. A lot of the Renko charts only have the brick, but basically the second number means how many ticks before the price is actually going to print another trending candle. So if it goes 4 ticks away from the 8 tick move, then it's another brick. So that's what it means. But a lot of Renko charts, you will only have a brick. I don't quite like that because I don't think it shows me the reversals properly, if that makes sense. So I prefer to use the ones with wicks. But I mean, it's not necessary. It's just my preference. It doesn't mean you have to like copy exactly my settings. Any Renko chart will show you a similar thing. It will show you that the trend is finished and there's a potential for a reversal trade.
Thank you. Yeah, that's should probably look more into those, but it seems like, anytime you look at a new chart like that, you've got to kind of, move it around a little bit, see what works for you in your time frame. Some of the I used
Absolutely.
to use.
I was only observing it for a good 6 months before I started including it as a potential timing tool. So you're definitely right.
James, thank you. Have a great Thanksgiving. He's got an 8-hour drive with a baby and 2 dogs. Good luck, James. Good luck.
Scared the crap out of me.
I think the last time I went to Missouri, it's about a 7 or 8 hour drive with Lacey and my 2 kids. We made it about 6 hours before the first blow up happened, so that seems to be our threshold for being in a car together with the dog for that long.
Oh, we used to do like 3-day trips from UK to Spain for holidays with 2 dogs. Yeah, it was fine. I mean, I don't know, maybe my dogs are just
Lacey was fine.
It was the car. Yeah, maybe it was the car as well, because we never had a problem with the car. Like we did it so many times.
Lacey was fine. It was the kids that got.
Oh, really? Yeah.
They get edgy. Mom, he's touching me.
Children wouldn't know. Somebody was mentioning Bluey. That's a Australian cartoon. My dogs actually really like that. It's apparently made in blue, so dogs can see certain colors. They can't see all of them, but they can see certain ones. and apparently blue and red are pretty like it screams at them. And there was an episode of Bluey's kids chasing a red balloon, and two of my dogs were just like glued to the telly. They were like, "Oh my god, that's amazing!" And then one of them, Astrid, the fluffy one, I think she was actually getting emotionally invested in the red balloon because she was like, "Oh no, it's gonna fall." Like she was doing all these like expressions. It was hilarious. So sometimes if I want to keep them entertained, I give them a bone to chew on and I put Bluey on and then they just quiet.
Coop is right. Bluey's great.
Yeah.
Blippy sucks. Blippy's weird.
Blippy, my kids were little, it was always awesome. Teletubbies.
Oh yes. Yeah.
The Teletubbies.
Teletubbies.
I never really understood that.
No, I always thought that somebody did some shrooms before they
and during and after.
Yes. It's weird, man. It's weird. I tried watching it and I'm like, what is going on here?
Yeah, it's pretty strange, but they loved it. I mean, I like the old cartoons, Tom and Jerry.
Oh yeah, me too. Roadrunner, so, yes. Wile E. Coyote.
Bugs Bunny.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat mentions that Blippy is rich. Yeah, he's so rich that he replaced himself with another Blippy. That's the dream, right? To do some character and then just have someone else do it, and you just own the name.
You just own it, right?
Yeah.
Real quick to follow up, She Shorts in the chat who says they won the quiz yesterday. I sent you the email. I mean, like I have an email for you. If you think that you did not get it still, send an email to topsteptv@topstep.com from an email close to that and tell me what your name is, because it's just a name at gmail.com, so I can't say it right here, but we'll figure it out if it's just like a misprint or something like that.
Well, and maybe it went into your spam folder or something like that. Check all that.
I found that's often the case.
So Yusuf is asking a question. Did you think CL is reversing because the news on the in the inventories has been already discounted? Price should go down more, but that is not the case. With the inventories, I always say it's a storm in a teacup, and yet I always get chopped up. So, you know, I know that I shouldn't be trading around it, and Wednesdays are not my best days because of it. However, the moves that you see post inventories on a lot of the dates have nothing to do with the number itself. It's just a technical move. It's an excuse to move the markets wherever they think there's better liquidity. So this is why I was saying when Hoag was away, that if the market goes all the way up to the little speed bump around 75.45 and even higher to exhaust the session range at 75.60, that's where I can see maybe a possibility to fade it. So if it gets there, maybe I'll pop in another trade very late in the day, sort of maybe half an hour before the settlement. But again, it is a holiday week, so I'm not very hopeful that we're going to get that scenario today. What tends to happen is that usually on Thursdays, you get the correct move that actually follows what the release actually was. And it's always been that way. I've been trading crude oil for 10 years, almost 11 years now. And it's always like that. Thursday will bring the move that makes sense. Wednesday is just a chop fest. It makes no sense. But I just rely on the levels. And I just see it literally as an excuse of the larger market participants to move the market wherever they wanted. So it could have gone down. That was the expected move. That was what I was expecting, which is why I was shorting it. But I still think it's going to go short. But I don't have a good level here. So now we've got to chase liquidity. And that's higher up. It's not around these levels. So I really couldn't care less what it does here and whether it just continues to go higher or just stays range bound. I want it at 75.45 at the very least if I'm going to risk more money today.
And you may or may not get it.
Yeah, I may or may not get it. But today, even if I get it, I'm not going to be trading it because I've got better things to do on holiday weeks than lose more money potentially.
Sure.
So yeah.
Sure.
Now, obviously, usually when I'm doing the prop trading, I give myself about 2,000 to 3,000 of a daily loss limit, and I'm nowhere near that. So I'm like
Right.
500 down. Most of my days end up about 1.2K, 1.5K, and then if I'm doing really well, my days can go up to 4 and 5K. So one of the biggest days, and that's just trading one lot. Maybe
Right.
2 lots, but generally it's 1 and 2 lots. So that's the kind of returns that I'm looking for. However, I still stop if I see that I'm not really getting my trades. I will stop and reassess the market conditions or walk away for the day. You don't have to sit there and try and imagine a trade. What you call it, Hoag? A
Manufacturing.
Yeah, manufacturing a trade. Yeah, I
Right.
think Jack calls it fabricating.
Fabricating,
That's very good. Yeah, very good words. Yeah, and that's something you don't want to do. And yes, I'm like, yeah, I want to get involved, but that's not it. Today is not the day. So walk away, live to play another day. Go do something else. I'm probably going to go do another dog walk because I've done one already. And then I'm going to play video games for the rest of the day or do some filming or something, like anything just to keep me away from the markets.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, one of the things that, I mean, we hear a lot and everybody does this and everybody's prone to getting, you know, you're down a little bit of money. Your focus then becomes getting that money back. And that's not the focus you need to look for opportunities. That's when you start fabricating or manufacturing ideas. Well, you know, maybe this will work. So you take it and you take another loss, and you take it and you take another loss. You really,
where does it end? You know?
Yeah, right. It's like you're living in the past because you're trying to make up for previous losses.
Yeah.
If you sit here in the now and look for you know an opportunity that comes to you, you got a much better chance at actually, you know, getting an A setup or an A type trade instead of sitting here thinking, all right, I got to find some way to get this money back. So you start searching for those opportunities. You're living in the past. The last trade has nothing to do with the future trade. Yeah. But you know, you also kind of have to know yourself, like Deanna says, and like, you know, I'll often say, if I have 3 strikes, then I'm out. I'm not seeing the market well. The market isn't aligning with any of my hypotheses or my strategies. So exactly. I'm going to save myself a little bit of a headache and a heartache and not make this any worse. Sometimes I think the worst thing, Deanna, when you do like, you know, get angry or you know, get vengeful or start revenge trading and you're successful at getting that money back or even making money that day.
Yeah, it's possibly the worst thing that can happen to you, because then you're going to think that you can bail yourself out of any situation, and that can go very wrong very quickly.
Yeah, it kind of just reinforces the bad behavior that we're all trying to avoid, and you know, because
you know, you're not trading the trade locations. You're just trading to get your money back, and that's not what you should be doing as a real trader. So that's the part where you need to practice self-discipline rather than sit there and click buttons. Just go, this is not good enough for me. So this area, that's not good enough. I don't want to be getting involved here. I want a better price location. So that's the difference between wholesale prices and retail prices. That's why we always say, don't diddle in the middle. Don't fiddle in the middle. Right. That's the whole point. Now, this whole move, it's in the middle. ES, it's in the middle. Like everything's just middle of the middle. It's horrible.
Yep. Yeah. So, I mean, you know, it doesn't make for the best TV, but it also shows, I think, a lot of folks that when you're not in an area of importance, when you're sitting here in the middle, you know, trading is boring. Yeah, it is, you know, so you just have to be patient and wait for the opportunity. If you're in it for the action, you're in it for, you know, the wrong reason. You know, we're all here to make money, right? But
and imagine being in the office, imagine being in the prop trading office, for those of you who have never done that, and still having to sit there and wait for your trade locations. And some people are like, oh, you guys are not taking this seriously. This is why, because there's so much waiting around. Even when you're in the prop office, there's a lot of people walking around. They'll be like, you know, having a drink, having coffees, chatting by the coffee machine. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on. And, you know, trading, it's all very well, but you have to wait for the proper trade location. So there's a lot of time to kill in between. One of the prop firms actually allowed me to have World of Warcraft on the machine. So whilst I was waiting, I would be playing World of Warcraft on the other side. So, there's always ways around it. So you just need to find something that you can do in between so that you don't dig a deeper hole for yourself.
They eventually took away our Netflix, but I remember it was just like so much of it is being there. Like, because we were doing treasury books that trade 23 hours a day and had positions on a lot of the time. So I started out as a night clerk and then eventually had my own night clerks. But when I was a night clerk, you were just sitting there from the Asia Open, because positions would be on for about 12, 13 hours until 7 in the morning when the traders would get in. And were we trading in that time? Rarely. Like sometimes crazy things would happen and we'd have to do something. We'd have to do clerical stuff, but it was a lot of sitting around and watching MTV music videos at 5 in the morning because that's the only time they show them. So I've seen, I have seen Jay-Z On to the Next One and Lady Gaga. Which one was it? Bad Romance. I've seen the music video for those hundreds of times. So that's what being a trader's like.
You can't get that time back.
No.
No, sir, you can't. Also ruined my sleep, I think, for years. So, really quick before we start, it is don't shoot the messenger around here. Well, with some caveats here. We are not doing a traditional Black Friday or Cyber Monday sale this year because we are focusing on Topstep X. We just had a sale for Veterans Day, and we're going to have another big one when we launch Topstep X, which will not be that far in the future. So that's what we're doing now. Danielle, if you want to give me anything else in Slack, I can add to that. But just want to tell people what's up as far as that goes.
Thank you for saying it, Jack. I didn't want to.
I'll sit there.
Well, and on that subject of sitting around and watching things, we're not ESPN, but here's a list of the football games for the Thanksgiving weekend.
Are you get sued for this?
No, this is from Google. But more importantly, to cue it up, we got some fun stuff before we get Mick in here at 10:30.
Lions, huh?
There's Lions. There's my hometown team, Commanders, lovingly referred to as a different name back home.
Right.
But yeah, it's a bad look for Virginians and DC metro area folks. But everyone's favorite player, Kansas City Chiefs, we got Travis Kelce. Did you know? So I found out that this morning, Danielle sent me all these. Someone has dug up tweets that he's done from the past, going as far back as 2009. This one says, "I just gave a squirrel a piece of bread and it straight smashed all of it. I had no idea they ate bread like that. Ha ha. Hashtag crazy."
Oh my goodness.
This is the king of our new world.
Right.
And
squirrel misspelled as well.
It kind of worse. Yeah, it's more like Squirtle instead of squirrel.
I was like, what is he saying?
We got other hits, such as, "It's such a nice day out as I stare from my math class, shaking my head. Hashtag must be nice." I know this guy is like really good, does a lot of good work, but he tweets like the dude who cheated off me in algebra class. Went from class to therapy. Now I need some hashtag Chipotle, and then I'm off to check out my new apartment.
Spelled Chipotle.
Chipotle. Relatable. About to be out with the fam for a while. Could be fun. Could be really, really boring. I don't know what to expect right now. Shaking my head. Fucks it.
Dude.
Oh my goodness.
Fucks with an X is chronic spelling.
And you know what? I've been drug out to family events. I get it. If you continue to do what you've done, then you'll continue to only get what you've got. Thank you so much.
There's some wisdom there.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
And finally, our last one. I love coming here for breakfast. I think I'll have the T-bone steak and eggs, please. With some white toast on the side. And this man makes far more money than I ever will see in my entire life.
Right.
I love it. He's great.
Fantastic.
But he's a football player, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have the same thing with our soccer players over here. They have a very kind of limited vocabulary and limited things to say, right? Because they make a killing, they make like millions every week, I think, and yet obviously they probably lead some rather boring lives, because as an athlete you can't really go out. There's quarantine, there's stuff, and let's face it, they are not the brightest people in the world. So I don't know what we expect, but I always laugh. Like, I don't know whether you guys know who David Beckham is.
Yeah.
Pretty, yeah. So I always, I grew up watching him in the 90s. And then I saw an interview with him for the first time, and he had the silliest voice ever. So there's this like dude who's like so handsome. So you expect like somebody to really be. And he was like, "Oh, hello. Yes, we had a really good game, I think." And I was like, "Oh my God, you just completely ruined my my fantasies, man. Just shut up, don't talk."
Yeah, Travis Kelce, D, is also known as Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, interesting.
Right. So he's even more famous because of that.
Yeah.
Seems like a fun guy for sure.
Yeah.
Before we get to throw things over to Mick shortly, I just want to clarify. I'm just the whipping child for everything here as far as announcements. All right. So as mentioned earlier, we're giving away Topstep X and a free month of the Combine to 1,000 traders next week. We're having Danny Trades on Monday, Trades by Matt Tuesday, Tendler on Wednesday, and then Casey, is our COO, is going to be giving a Topstep X demo on Friday with MP. And I will not regret saying this, but it is at some point next week going to get smoky.
Oh.
And I am not being coy.
Oh my goodness.
I am reading this. So too bad that I saw someone in the chat be like, "Apex, here I come." I'm like, okay, bye. Whatever. So tune in next week. Should be fun. We're off the rest of this week. Now we can go back to Travis Kelce and trading.
Nice one. And go back to those, what was he having at IHOP? T-bone steak. Eggs,
T-bone steak,
toast.
yeah.
White toast. Yeah, don't forget that.
White toast, yes, of course.
Do they even have T-bone steaks at IHOP?
I doubt they have an actual T-bone steak. Like, they don't have anything with a... Like, you can get a bone-in T-bone at an IHOP?
Right?
Sure you can, yeah.
I'm going to look...
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
Might have to try that.
The T-bone steak and eggs, $19.99 at IHOP.
Get out of here. It actually has a bone in it? I got to look.
Yeah, I'll take a picture of it.
One of the things that popped in my head when we were talking about, being patient and waiting, there's a trading psychologist, Dr. Andrew Menaker. We did a bunch of stuff with him and before, and maybe we'll see if we can't get him back here. But he's an active trader, and to kind of sit through the waiting period when you're waiting for alignment with your strategy, or if you're in a trade and it's taking forever to get to your profit target, just to be able to withstand that. He always wanted to learn how to play the guitar, so he bought a guitar and started teaching himself to play the guitar on YouTube during those down periods. Talking about doing video games or watching MTV or that kind of stuff. There's a lot you can get done if you're just kind of sitting waiting for an opportunity, like we seem to be doing a lot of today. But just give yourself that design distraction.
Yep, absolutely. I love that word, design distraction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's something that I kind of helped him name it, or I don't know. It was just what it was to me. It was, you design yourself something to do to keep yourself from keeping your hand on the mouse and taking secondary trades and even worse. Everybody says, sit on your hands. I kind of wrongly said it, keeping your hands on your butt.
Yes. It's like, what are you doing, Hoag? I'm keeping my hands on my butt.
My butt.
What are you doing over there, John?
like John the Pringles, man.
Right. Oh my goodness. Nobody needs to see that. Oh my goodness.
All right, well, we got Mick in the waiting room coming on here for shoulder tap. Before we bring in Mick, though, I found it. Here it is, a picture of the T-bone steak from IHOP. You can get it delivered, and you can get it delivered rare.
No kidding.
Oh
Oh my
Do you think it actually looks like that?
Absolutely not.
No.
I looked up at Jewel, which is like the grocery store chain in Chicago, but it's not super high end or anything. It's not like a Whole Foods. It's like $15 for a raw choice T-bone. I'd be scared to eat this, but I will, for the content.
I'll do it.
Things,
I'll do it live. I'll do it live on air.
Yeah.
Order the whole breakfast.
Okay, we're doing this. Get James's cholesterol. We'll get you 3 eggs, a T-bone steak, and 3 pancakes.
Looks good.
If you just turned on TopstepTV and you see a picture of eggs, steak, and pancakes, welcome to it.
Yeah.
Who wants to see that? If you want to see that, hit the like button, guys. Come on.
Slap the like button. It's probably cooked on like a grill.
I'm hungry too. That actually looked good.
Yeah. I'd skip the pancakes, but I'll eat the eggs and the T-bone. Well, I can't really eat the steak anymore. That's so annoying. Ugh.
All right. Well, Mick's waiting, so we will take a quick break, a coffee break, if you will. Get Mick in here, and then we'll be right back with the shoulder tap. See you then.
Cool.
Welcome back, traders. It's time for shoulder shoulder tap with risk manager Mick. Mick, looks like you're in a new location today.
I am working from home today. Came up to Wisconsin, working on my dad's office right now.
Oh, okay.
Very nice.
Yeah. Jack, I like how you said shoulder trap, because that's kind of what I'm thinking for the week here, with it being Thanksgiving week. I have a lot of opinions that I want to discuss with you guys here today about Thanksgiving week and the holiday trading. Where do I begin? Not exactly sure, but I think I'll start out on a high note. I want to give a shout out today. It's probably one of the very few shout outs I feel like I actually have given or can give this week. Shout out to Matt Miller, Trades by Matt. He's up $8,200 right now trading on the TopstepX platform, NASDAQ. He was up about 9,500 a little bit earlier.
Nice.
Took another trade, gave some of it back, but he's one of the very few people that is actually profitable on the day today and actually profitable on the week. It's been a rough week, a lot of red on the boards all around, especially from some of our heavy hitters. I woke up this morning to a text message from Danny Trades asking if he could get his loss limit expanded. We had it at 10,000 for him. He was looking for a $15,000 leash. He hit that $15,000 daily loss limit today. Some of our other big players, and we can go back and talk about that, but I know he's got a good handle on his risk. He's got a big account. We did talk after he got opened up for 15 grand on the day. He did hit the 15 grand. I know he also got dinged pretty good in his own personal account, but he's got his head on his shoulders, and we'll be getting payback next week.
Well, let's hope his head stays on his shoulders.
He's still in good shape. He's got a big, healthy account balance. I told him it's a little bit of a larger percentage of his account than I wanted to give him on the day, but I know when he has winning days, he can, do a lot more damage to the markets than what he was on the receiving end of today. Other notable heavy hitters and their P&L for Thanksgiving week, we've got Hugh down 3,000 today. We've got Kyle down 3,000 today. Both of those guys had $3,000 losing days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So they're down
Ouch.
$9 grand on the week, each of them.
Yeah.
We've got Patrick Wieland also down big on the day today, but he did have a $20,000 winning day on Monday, so he's still well ahead on the week. Let's just, as we come into the abbreviated trading hours tomorrow, and then the Friday session, let's lighten up, guys. We need to. We really don't want to be risking too much money. And then a new heavy hitter that, we've seen his trading cards before, Sean C., who's in a live account. He also got dinged for about 4,500 today. It has not been a good week for him either. So I'm starting off, I'm happy I got to give a shout out to Trades by Matt. Thank you for putting up a good day. But
Yeah, very nice.
I'm happy I'm on with you. I want to talk about this holiday trading. Historically, I've never made any money trading on Thanksgiving.
Can I give myself a shout out, Mick?
Yeah, do it.
I think I'm one of the few, the proud and the profitable this week. I've had 3 winning days and, by no means a heavy hitter, but it feels pretty good.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't give you the shout out because I see you're up about $420 this Wednesday morning.
Yeah, I'm up about $1,400 so far this week, and that's going to be it for me. Probably we'll see if I.
That's
find
a really good
later.
week. Yeah, if you can, end the week positive on Thanksgiving week. I think it's one of the worst weeks for trading. Never made any money on Thanksgiving week myself. I knew a lot of guys that took the week off. And did not trade on Thanksgiving week, whether it was markets not moving around too much or they had gotten dinged really good on a previous Thanksgiving holiday. It's nice to enjoy if you've got, holiday stuff going on like many of us do, or, even if you don't, it's a good week to take off. And I remember even when my short little stint at a prop firm, they wouldn't let us trade. On Thanksgiving week. It was a free week off, stay away from the markets, and the guy who ran our group even said, if anybody trades a single contract, don't ever come into the office again. Not even a one lot. Not even a one lot.
Mm-hmm.
Doing calendar spreads in the grains. Not even a one lot. Hoag, do you even remember? I mean, for many, many years, and I feel I might be a little bit of a Ebenezer Scrooge here today on the Thanksgiving week trading conversation. It's just, I hate seeing red on the board. I hate seeing good traders have losing days. I know we can bounce, every single one of them can bounce back from it. But,
sure.
We, up until a couple of years ago, Topstep used to not let their funded traders, their live traders, trade all Thanksgiving week. It was take Thanksgiving week off, no trading. If you traded, just like I mentioned at the prop firm, your account would get restricted. You wouldn't get shut out, but you were not able to trade here at TopStep as a funded trader Thanksgiving week, and even the last 2 weeks around Christmas time before New Year's. So I'm going to remind everybody about that on Shoulder Tap as we come into mid-December, a few weeks from now. So it's a holiday trade. All the big boys and girls that move the markets around are starting to take their time off. Just think about it. The big players, they have lives. They're doing business in the markets. They're not here for entertainment. And this is not knocking anybody that is trading. I don't have a problem with people looking for opportunities to pick up a couple bucks, but this pains me, and I couldn't help but think. All this week as I'm seeing the losses, I'm like, shit, I wish we didn't let people trade this week. I've seen a lot of account balances get shaved. Live accounts, fund XFAs, everything.
Mick, let me ask you, there was for the last 3 weeks, basically, the equities have been just basically running to the upside. Yep. There's a little bit of a change in the market state. We're kind of stuck in a bit of a range here. Do you think that a little bit of that change in market state, people are still looking for those big opportunities, and maybe that's why they're getting beat up a little bit?
I think so. I mean, I think the narrow ranges is definitely difficult. I have difficulty in narrow ranges and range days too. I'd rather be looking for a trend to hop on and just get in and out. But yeah, I'm looking at the market right now. Everybody's trading it. It's a great question. I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all answer.
No, it's never. It never is, right?
Right. Yeah. Different strategies on different time frames. They're looking at different things. Yeah. Most of our people are trading equity indices. We've got a couple swing. I'm looking at the S&P chart right now, and I know the Nasdaq's got one above too. These swing highs up above. And, I think we're kind of drifting towards that, but definitely on lower volume, like I heard you guys talking about the other day. So I don't know. I hate the Thanksgiving. I love the Thanksgiving week, like I ended with yesterday. Tons to be grateful for and thankful for. Sure. And that's actually when I talked to Danny Trades earlier today, I reminded him, I said, there are literally billions of people out there that would be more than happy to trade places with you, even on your worst of worst days.
Yep. Yeah, we're all very lucky to have the opportunities we have here, aren't we, Mick?
Yeah, we sure are. We sure are.
Yeah.
Speaking of opportunities, you had a very nice, distinguished career, in the S&P pit and trading also. John, what are your thoughts? I mean, I've been very bitter since I got on about this Thanksgiving week. Tell me your stance on it. I know you supported no funded trading when we had that on the live accounts in the past.
Yeah. Because historically, I never did very well, usually on holiday weeks. There were people that, some of the bigger traders in the pit would always take that week off, which gave you an opportunity to get better real estate closer to a filling broker.
Sure.
So that would have been, one of the reasons I would have stuck around, is to have that opportunity to have a little bit of a better location close to a broker, because you wanted to trade with the paper, but it didn't mean that you were always going to be making money. So then some of the bigger traders would take off because the volume was low. They had the experience to understand. Typically I'm not going to do very well this week. Almost like taking rollover week off. A lot of traders, discretionary direction traders, they would take the week or two of rollover off because they knew it was going to be a little different. The market wasn't going to act the same. They weren't going to be able to take those good opportunities and maximize them. So, I get it. We want to be able to trade if we're going to trade. You get the idea that we damn well better be trading, but you got to be smart about it. If you're going to be, on the opening call today, I said, okay, we're number one, we're going to manage expectations today, and we're going to stay really patient, because if you start looking for trades, you're going to find them, and they're probably not going to be the ones that you're going to find that are going to be profitable. So, it is tough to trade holidays. As long as you remember it and you trade for it and you're patient, you can make money. I think part of the problem with our big heavy hitters is they got used to these big directional ranges and putting 15 on and falling in love with it and holding on to it until the cows come home. But that's not what's working right now. So they got to make an adjustment in that.
Yeah. I have faith that they will. I know these are good traders, and it's just, they got on the wrong side of the markets or the timing was incorrect. Speaking of adjustments, one thing I left out when I was talking to Danny Trades this morning, we did go from, after moving the loss limit up to 15,000, we shaved it back down to 6,000 for him here. So that is someone who's, planning ahead for the rest of the week, knowing that, hey, while we did have full sessions this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, come Thursday with the shortened hours and stuff, we'll be risking a little bit less and trimming the contract size too, and not going all in on the 15 contracts.
Right.
All right. Well,
cool.
Enough of that. Let me take a deep breath.
Yes.
Maybe I'll have a sip of coffee. But this is, while I wish everything was sunshine and rainbows and daisies and whatnot, it's not. This is a tough business. And part of the reason why I'm here and why I like being here is because I get to talk about the good. I get to talk about the rough times, because we all go through them as traders. So you got my stance on the holiday trading. I do want to talk about, let's pull up a trading card for Austin A. He's someone who got transferred over from an XFA to a live account yesterday. I'm not going to end this segment with him today because I do have a shoulder tap, not a shout out like I have for Austin, but I've got a shoulder tap coming up. But Austin, trading out of Savannah, Georgia, got called up to a live account yesterday, and look at these numbers. He's averaging 2 contracts per trade, very selective. 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio, but he's eking out 70% winning trades, and that is translating to 83% winning days. Average P&L of 861, trading the S&Ps. He's been with us for a while too, December 2021, so he's not one of the newer traders.
Wow, nice.
He's been around for a while.
Sure.
I don't have a lot of areas for improvement here on Austin. He had only a couple losing days in that XFA. One of them, he got dinged for $3,000, which was, bigger than most of his winning days. So that's something to consider for any traders out there. Hoag said it. I've said it. We've all said it. Nobody's got any business risking more on a single trading day than they can actually put up on their average winning day, really.
Right.
Not even your best winning day, your average winning day. If on average I'm making $600 a day, I've got no business risking more than $600 a day.
Agreed. So, and Austin, great job. I mean, a 70% winning trades. I hope you can keep that up, man. It's not easy, but you seem to be doing a good job at it. Keep it up, my man.
At 2 contracts per trade, we talk about the heavy hitters, they're trading larger size. I think it's a lot, at least for me personally, always want to trade smaller than I can. I know a lot of people trade smaller than they can. Even our big traders, Danny trades, for example, he's trading smaller than he can. I think that's really important for newer traders out there, or people who might be struggling that are looking to, get over the hump and, turn kind of their performance from treading water in the market to actually being profitable in the markets. Mm-hmm. Trading small, and Hoag, you do it. You trade small on this live account that you've got with us. Mm-hmm. Trading small takes a lot of pressure off. Yeah. And when you don't have the pressure on, you make better trading decisions. You're happier, and you really have to be at peace with your size and be content and comfortable being comfortable, because if you go down to trading smaller size and say, oh, I was only trading 1s and 2s, I would have made X, Y, or Z if I had 5 or 10 contracts on. That's probably someone who's not generating consistent profits in their trading.
Right. There's one thing I wanted to mention here with Austin, that 1-to-1 reward to risk may be a little bit skewed if he's trading 2 contracts and scaling out. maybe he's getting out of the first one at 0.5 risk and then getting out of the other one at 1.5 risk. We don't know. I don't know for sure if that's what he's doing, but if that's the case, then that risk reward ratio is fine. As long as you're, it's the thing about scaling out. I prefer, like, if I'm going to be scaling out, I want my first exit at 2-to-1 reward over risk, and then I'll keep that runner on. But to each his own. He's doing great. Keep doing it, Austin.
That's what we want him to keep doing in the live account. He'll be starting after the holiday, or maybe defer to December, since there's not too many business days left after this week, and he just got called up yesterday. So we really liked his trade report, and not only his trade report and his XFA, we go back and we look at other history too. Mm-hmm. What's he been doing in the combine? We look at resets, trading combine activity and stuff like that. People asked, what do you look at when you're calling people up to live? I've gotten asked that a couple times. We turn over every single stone. We want to make the best informed decisions. So Austin, we feel pretty confident in. Speaking of best informed decisions, feeling a little down on myself about one of the decisions to call up one of these traders to a live account. I just offboarded someone yesterday, and I'm not sure if I want to show the trading card activity or the trading card that represents their activity from their XFA account, or if I want to show their trade report. We've got a trade report that we're showing you today. Or if I want to pull that up first, but I think we'll kind of go in chronological order here, and let's pull up the trading card for Sari. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that properly. So
okay,
Sari was what we have here is the trading card for Sari's XFA performance. It was very good. We called her up to live. She had large average daily P&Ls. That is because she had a $14,000 winning day, a $9,800 winning day, a $7,500 winning day in that XFA.
Okay.
And she built up her account balance pretty nicely. She did, on her losing days, just to hit her daily loss limit, literally on every single losing day. Mm. But overall, on average, she profited. And she had, more than half of her trading days winning days. More than half of her her trades were winning trades, and those winners were really big. Not really represented here in the risk reward because it was worse than 1-to-1.
Right.
So one of the things I mentioned when I was looking at Sari was limiting the losses. If you're hitting the daily loss limit, I guess it's a great thing that we have the daily loss limit in there for the people
for sure.
that are trying to put up big numbers on the day. It's a speed bump. It slows you down. It certainly served her well. Now, let's pull up the trade report from this live account that I unfortunately closed yesterday. Small print. This is our first time doing this, but Alex did a great job kind of making this trade report pretty. In the box up on top is the average numbers, but what I want us to look at is the individual daily trading activity from the 15th, 16th, 17th, this Monday, and then yesterday, Tuesday, the 21st. This is her live account. She lasted 5 days in her live account. She hit or exceeded her daily loss limit on every single day except for the last day when she hit her max loss limit. This is, well, not only did this occur around the Thanksgiving holiday, at least 2 of these days.
Right.
But I am putting this up here because I want people to look at this. While we try and make the best informed decisions, we don't always get it right. And I think, Sari could have spent a little bit more time working on her trading in the trading combine, and I certainly wish had spent a little bit more time in an XFA, or at least we looked for more information from that XFA, because not only did she have a great opportunity here with the live account and have good trading in the XFA, it just did not carry over to the live account, and she, you know, sorry, I'm kind of at a loss of where to go with this.
Well,
but,
Mick, you don't feel like bad about bringing Sari up, right? I mean, Sari was performing. It's different when you're live. I mean, there's a different feel. You can't control that. There's nothing that you can, that you can do or say to anybody that's gonna, maybe freak out a little bit, knowing that it's an actual live account. I mean, it's the same process, just the risk feels different, right? So, I mean, I don't think you should. You were doing what you thought was in Sari's best interest and Topstep's best interest. It just didn't work this time. It's not you.
No, you're not wrong, John. Thank you for that. No, but it does, it bothers me, I think, just because I think about the opportunity that was there. And I stand by all these decisions to, to call people up from XFA to live. I've got good reasoning for it. This hurts, though, because, we want to call up, traders who have exhibited not only good trading performance, but also, have the belief that they're going to manage the money well when things aren't going well, and things got off to a rocky start here. And I guess I'll say is there was about $15,000 in this trading account when they started in the live, roughly. To be risking these numbers on day 1, day 2, and day 3, you can see she was down over about $10,000 in the first 3 trading days. Massive percent of the trading account, 66% or 2/3. If you have 2 losing days in a row in the week, or 3 losing days in a row in a week, or you lose a large percentage of your account, it should be extremely eye-opening to you to stop, reflect on your trading, prep for what you're going to do, and then come back at it with your foot on the brakes a little bit, or at least not pushing the gas pedal down. Slow it down, lower your position sizing. She wasn't making a ton of trades per day, but she was trading some size there, as you can see, between the total trades and the total contracts. The total contracts we have on the trade reports, all our traders that are with us probably know this well, but that's the buys and the sells. So you basically take total contracts, divide that in 2, and that's how many round turns they did on the day. So she was trading size, but she wasn't overly active. But my gosh, a good opportunity was certainly blown here, and in short order. You don't want to get to where you want to be and then give yourself 5 swings at the plate.
Here's a couple of things that I'm looking at on this trade report. 7 straight losing trades. Bam, 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 bam on November 1st. There's got to come to a point where you hit those consecutive losing trades. You've got to say, you know what? I've got to stop. I got to walk away. On the 16th, she was up $1,000 at one point. Out of trades, nothing on, up $1,000. You'll lose $3,700. I mean, it's a $4,800 swing there. Even on the 20th, she was up $700 and ends up with that full swing to the downside. November 17th, 4 straight losing trades. We fell in love. And when things aren't going well, it's not time to fall in love, right? It's time to walk away. So, Sari, if you're watching this, you're I'm sure this is going to be a big learning experience for you, and that's a good thing. But think about those consecutive losing trades. Bam, 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 losing. Something's not right. You got to step away. Take a look at what you did. Take a look at what you've missed. Take a look at what you're going to do tomorrow, and then try it again. It's just sad. I hate seeing profitable days go into full daily loss limits, and that just hurts me. I know it hurts you too, Nick.
That hurts me, especially when it's significant winning days. Now, I did mention, she had put up, $14,000, close to $15,000 winning day in the XFA. There was a $7,500 day, a $9,800 day. So those are significant profits. $1,000 is a lot of money. For traders that are looking to take more out, though, it's $1,000 might not be that much. So it's hard when you know that you're someone that could take a lot of money out of the markets, and then you say, "Oh, I'm up 1,000. I'm not going to I'm going to continue trading, but it's okay if I turn $1,000 winning day into a losing day. I wouldn't knock her too much for that, but I really liked what you had shared on your observations on the trade report. I think it's a really good, you see that and you reflect on your trading and you look at your trade reports. These trade reports are there for a reason.
Right.
We get a lot of information about our traders from these trade reports. Our traders should be looking at these trade reports and analyzing. The more serious you are about analyzing what you're doing, the better you're going to be at pinpointing areas that you can make improvements, the better you're going to be at pinpointing things that you're good at. And when you find something you're good at, you leverage it. And you really leverage it, and that's when you go pedal down. So this would have been a good example to back off a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like we were talking earlier, I'm 3 strikes and I'm out. If I have 3 straight losing trades, I'm not seeing things right, and I'm going to have to take a walk, at least take a break, maybe try it again the next day. It's just, Sari, you're going to be all right. You're going to be fine. Get back into the game. We'll look forward to seeing your winning trading card again soon.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this was just kind of a one-off thing, and it was, the market state. Obviously, those days that she was trading, we had, I'm looking at the chart right now. Looks like, the first day might have been a really big trend day in the equities, and then it was followed by narrow range days, some sideways trading action. Mm-hmm. So, those market environments, depending on how you're trading, can get you caught up. So be aware of the environment and make adjustments from there. If we could really quickly, I know we're a little over time, but we started late. If we could pull that trade report up one more time. And what I'd like us to do in doing that is focus on the average win-loss duration, 3 minutes on average spent in the winning trades, 10 minutes on the losing trades. Late last night, I was looking at I was watching some videos of a trading psychologist, Dr. Paul, and he made one distinction. He said it was the biggest distinction he could make between profitable traders and traders that are unprofitable. And he said, and we talk about this, but I could not even paraphrase it as well as he put it, but like what I've noticed with the traders that are good traders that are always winning that I work with is, he said, when they are in the markets and the market's going in their favor, they're highly optimistic. So when they're being proven right, they're optimistic and they're patient and they let it run. They let the market continue. And he said, those profitable traders, or those traders that are regularly winning, he said, when the market goes against them, they're very, very quick to be pessimistic and they're impatient and they get out. The traders that are not making money regularly, when they find themselves in a winning trade, they are very quick to snatch and grab the profits that they have from that winning trade because they're afraid that it's going to go against them. And they're going to see more of what they see, losing trades, losing P&Ls, negative P&L. And he said, it's the traders that are unsuccessful that when the market goes against them, unlike the winning traders, being pessimistic when it goes against them, when the market goes against them, they become highly optimistic. And, that translates to hope. They're hoping, oh, it's going against me. I hope it turns around. I hope it turns around. So that's kind of what I want to end with here.
Mick, that concept is also explained, and I think very well, in Tom Hoagland's book, The Best Loser Wins. He says, losing traders become fearful when they're up money, and they become hopeful when they're down money. When you should flip it over. You should be hopeful when you're up money, and you should be fearful when you're losing.
Yes, and the exact same thing in slightly different words.
Right.
And what the psychologist was saying is, for traders who are, not successful, they could really spend, trading aside, spend time thinking about that. And if you can just change your psychology from, for those traders out there who are not finding success in their trading, if you could teach yourself to become less patient with your losses and pessimistic when the market's going against you, and then change your psychology to being optimistic when the market is in your favor, it will organically change your performance and your end result. So with how, I've been a negative Nancy here, I've been a realist here though, but I feel good ending kind of talking about that. That's something that, I'm going to actually practice a little bit myself too. I know that I'm good at adding to winners. I know I can, let my winners ride. I've gotten better and better and better at that. I've gotten better at adding to winners, and I've gotten better at, cutting the losses quickly. But I like how he put that and just thinking about the psychology of that, and not so much thinking about the dollars and cents.
I think that there's an inherent tendency for human beings to be that way. We don't want to take losses, so we default to I'll wait. I'll hope that the market comes back. We all like to take winners, so we try and snatch them up as fast as we can for fear that what we've already got is going to get taken away. It's a difficult thing to turn upside down, but so important too. Love you, Mick.
Love you too. Really quickly, talking about that, one other thing statistic-wise, and how there's such a small success rate in the industry, he had said that those small number of people that are successful, one of the things that separates them as the successful people, it's that they are able to do psychologically what most people can't do, and that's that's making the hard decisions, like we were just talking about.
Yeah, like you say, do what you should do, not what you want to do.
Yes.
Perfect.
Well, thanks,
Jack, you hanging out in the hallway at the Board of Trade right now?
I am. I'm downstairs right now with my podcasting mic and a light, just sitting outside Siri's waiting. Oh, it just opened. Should be inside.
I missed breakfast over there.
Yeah, now it's open at like 11 to 8.
Do you think it'd be inappropriate to tell a story about how that window broke?
Oh,
let's save it for
another day.
At the moment, because
maybe someone else that comes on this TopstepTV would like to share that. If you can keep that up as your background, maybe next week or something.
Yeah. Well, I'll keep it.
I'd love to ask him if he'd share a story.
So, we're gonna take a quick break right now. Dolby time. Deanna and Hoag are sticking around to do some live trading. It's going to be great. We'll do the quiz after at noon or a little bit before that. So we'll see you then. Going to break right now. Stay with us on the other side.
I'm thankful for having a risk manager like you, Mick.
Thank you. I'm thankful for a great many things. Being able to be on with you guys is one of them, and thankful for the viewers as well. Hope everybody has a great day and a happy holiday. Be safe.
We'll be right back. All right. Thanks for sticking around and hanging out with us today. It's time for our Power Players segment. We've got Deanna still with us this afternoon or this morning, wherever you are. And we've got Nick Dolby with us. How you doing there, Nick? He's frozen.
Doing great. Deanna,
Good.
hello. I believe this is our first time being on here together.
Yes, I think you put a comment down with my.
Yep. Pardon, hello.
Yeah,
yeah, a little bit.
So,
on Twitter, you get the little snail going this way.
Yeah, tilted upwards a bit. It's like it was such a good explanation of the crude oil day. Yeah,
just a little bit.
Yeah. So Deanna's gone rogue. She's in another trade.
Definitely a crude oil joke, though. Like no one else is getting that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've actually managed to.
Oh, you're in a trade, Deanna, right now?
Yeah. So I just thought I would test the hypothesis. So I covered a little bit. So I'm only down 260. Hey.
Hey, all right. You recovered some. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Dolby, you taking any trades today?
Nice. No. This is. I had one short I was interested in at 74.80. At around like 8 a.m. or so, and I think I missed my fill by like a tick or two. I would have gotten 40 ticks on it, but I have too much PTSD from trading days like today in the trading combine, so it's not worth it. I just know one losing trade is going to feel so much worse than one losing trade, so I just don't want to.
Dolby, by the way, you can go ahead and stop sharing your screen just because I think you're getting a delay.
Yeah.
Cool. See if that works.
Yeah, something weird was going on there. It's all right though. All right.
All good.
Holiday trading is really annoying, and inventories days, like I said, it's always a storm in a teacup kind of thing. It's like up, down, and then maybe towards the end of the day they kind of pick things up. But on a lot of the days, this kind of a move is not going to happen in crude oil.
Yeah, it was a pretty small.
No, this is really unusual.
Yeah.
And, and we traded both sides of the initial balance.
Yeah.
For something like this to happen, it is pretty unusual, isn't it, D?
Yeah. But when it started to extend higher, I was on a break, but then I saw it and I was like, okay, so I've got this level that I was talking about earlier. And I'm like, well, now that they're breaking out, there's a good chance that they reach it because that's where liquidity is, right? And it's pretty thin anyway. So you try not to short in a quiet market. So I just went on kind of experience and hypothesis. So I went a bit rogue. I decided to test the hypothesis, and so I managed to cover some of that.
All right, good. And how did you enter into that trade?
I just went on a break of a high here, and I wanted
closed your eyes and bought
immediately. Yeah, but I wanted it to go immediately, and then it went into profit. It never looked back. So that
good.
If it had gone into a drawdown, I would have pulled out immediately. Like what Mick was saying, how you need to be impatient with your losers. That's actually something that I've had naturally. I come from a swing trading background, so I swing traded for the first 5 years of my career, and only after that I went into intraday. So I still have this. I mean, I call it a weakness because I do hold my trade slightly too long sometimes. However, that is how I get my 2R multiples. Right? I don't get them by being like super twitchy with my profitable trades.
Right.
I'm willing to let it wiggle around my entry. As long as it doesn't go immediately against me, I'm willing to wait. And this is why sometimes I will be taking -1R, not if I can help it, but a lot of the times I will be pretty impatient with a drawdown that I experience immediately upon entering a trade, and then very patient waiting for my targets. So sometimes obviously that works against me, but on most days it will actually work in my favor.
So D, on this breakout to the upside, you said you just looked for an opportunity to get long. If it went against you at all, you probably would have just jumped out of it. It didn't go against you at all, which was what you were looking for in this trade. And I call that a time stop, you know. And whenever there's a breakout type situation, I want it to go my way now. I want it now, like Veruca saw.
Exactly.
And that's the way to get into these breakouts. And
absolutely. Yeah.
Because you don't want to take a big risk. They're always bad trade location. Exactly.
And if you don't have the momentum immediately, it's not a momentum. So
where'd you end up getting long at?
It was, hold on, I'll tell you right on my chart. So let me just drag
74.90.
I went in a bit later. So, 74.92. So there it is.
Oh, okay. So right at
92. And then I exited 75.18. I could have held it more, but again, we were going live. So I'm like, I'm probably not going to be fully attentive to it. So I bailed. So yeah, and managed to cover basically half of whatever was happening there.
Was it something you saw on like the Renkos that you liked, or?
No, I just saw a breakout of the high. So crude oil has been doing these breakouts recently where it goes into an extended asymmetrical neutral day, I like to call them, because there's no real definition for it in the profile, original concepts. So I came up with my own. And crude oil has been really annoying recently with very small ranges that don't do anything. And then towards the later part of the session, they pick up speed and then suddenly do these like breakouts and we end up in a big move. So that was kind of the hypothesis and the observation that I had from the previous kind of couple of weeks. And I tried it today and it works. So yeah, there's obviously more players in the later part of the session than there are at the beginning, which is odd. Because crude oil mainly moves, as you know, for those first 24 hours.
What was the name of the day type? Asymmetrical
neutral day. Because we're still neutral, because we extended the initial balance to both sides. But then we went way out, because it's not really a running trend day, because this is not a trend yet. I'm actually quite skeptical this is going to keep going.
Yeah, it's a good beat, if anything.
Yeah. And we have the average session range exhaustion here. And it's a very unusual day anyway, where London managed to smash through the entire 24 hours average range and just kept going. But then, I don't know, NYMEX traders just lost their balls somewhere. I don't know what happened. And now they found them again.
But I'm with you. I do think we could see a sell-off later in the session, maybe between like the last 45 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Like, go find.
Yeah, closer to settlement, definitely. Yeah.
100%. Maybe touch like 76.90.
Yeah.
Or 76. Stall out, fade.
Yeah, we've got
find some balance somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Naked TPO point of control at 75.88. We've got the naked volume point of control at 76.05. And those are all from last Friday.
Right.
So we've got the gap from Friday to Monday above that. I think I said, it's probably unlikely for us to close the gap to yesterday's low. The market loves making a liar out of me.
Yeah.
I doubt that's going to happen, but we're certainly checking those points of control right now. We just traded to the TPO point of control from Friday. Now the volume point of control is just above, again, 76.05. Basically, right here, 76.05.
Yep.
It's a little bit lower on this platform, but this platform is a little wacky.
Yeah, I mean, I see 76. There was a little bit of the bottom of range support on like the 16th of November. Kind of rubbing up against that. That might offer something.
And then from today, London, we have a little speed bump supply, kind of like a staircase base drop. And that's where we are now. So that's around 76 as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to have any trades on for a while.
No, yeah.
At the very least, I'd want that range to tighten up. So, so that breakout that you played, I like the ranges, but I like getting long the bottoms and then getting short tops. So I
so do I.
I wanted. Yeah, so that's probably why it was a little bit weird for you to take that breakout, because that would have been against strategy.
Yeah, I do have multiple setups that pertain to the day types themselves, and so I basically play the scenarios of what could happen. I'm also very big on observation and on data, so I like to go and test my hypothesis first. And like I said, for the last 2 weeks, I've been seeing crude do these irregular type days. So there was a chance. Earlier in the session, I was explaining how if we get to closer to settlement and the price is kind of hanging around this area here, that I might have a short setup because of the average session range getting exhausted right here at 75.60, and the supply. So we've got some strong sellers there. So therefore, that's the level that I was looking for as my level of interest. So trading to that level because of how crude has been behaving weirdly is what we should do as traders. So you observe an event, you quantify it, and then you try and take advantage of it. And this is also why it's so good to do all of this on a sim account, right? It's like when you're testing strategies and stuff, you don't necessarily, if you're a novice trader, you don't necessarily want to go in live and just smash your live account to pieces.
Right.
You want to do all of that in a safe environment. But obviously, I've been trading crude oil for almost 11 years now, and I know it really well. Like, I know how it breathes, I know how it behaves, and most of the time, I am able to read it pretty well. Now, inventories is always a bit crap for me because it's always, like I said, a storm in a teacup. And it's not helped by the holiday week and weirdness, but here we go. So I managed to bail myself out. So yay!
This week we'll call it a storm and a turkey.
Yeah.
It's a storm and a turkey.
Storm and a turkey. What was that weird dish of three meats that someone mentioned the other day?
Oh, turducken.
Yeah, turducken. That's
like
the one.
Stuffed birds into a bird.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
So this is like a turducken setup.
Yeah. Nice. There's a question in chat from Thywin. Wait. I'm supposed to long bottoms? Well, I mean, kind of. If you're in a like consolidation or a range, if you imagine you go up a little bit and then you do a little range and go up a little bit and do a little range, then yeah, you want to buy the bottom of that little range because you're in the uptrend, so you want it to break out to the upside.
Something tells me that was a sarcastic thing.
Yeah,
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was.
We're all trying to buy bottoms, right?
Yeah, right. Actually, I do have a question for you, D. I also trade crude oil quite a bit, and that was my go-to product when I was in the trading combine 10 years ago. And I always say that crude has quite the personality, and you also mentioned crude's personality. What do you think are some personality traits that crude oil has that maybe other markets don't?
It definitely has orderly liquidity. I don't know whether it's a personality trait, but I think it's very liquid, and yet it behaves itself. So it's kind of like you're a high-risk businessman who's had quite a lot of success in life and can take risky moves, but it usually works out for him. So that's how I see crude oil. What about you, Nick? How do you?
I would agree. I think at like larger time frames, it's very technically sound market.
Yeah.
Especially, I think half-hour time frame during the day, those levels are very, very respected typically, and I think even hour, daily are all really good. I think the one unique thing about crude oil that really separates it from indices is that it's one of the few markets that can go up as fast as it can go down.
Yeah, and all in the same session.
And all in the same session, yeah. So whereas like indices have to grind up, I mean, crude oil, if the news is right, can go up just as fast.
Yeah,
and that can be, I think, startling for a lot of people because typically it's short markets or bearish markets go down super fast. Bullish markets.
Yeah, I think this is why people think that crude oil is one of the toughest things to trade because I like to call it a two-sided instrument. Because when you're in a trade, you want to keep in that trade, and you're thinking with crude oil, oh, this is great. I'm like 70 ticks in profit. Let's just keep it going, and then it just turns on you, and you lose like 60 ticks in the blink of an eye. But it always happens around the same time of the day. If you don't have experience and you don't know that, you will lose out on the profits. But those of us who know this, I'm willing to prove this like many times over once we start doing longer sessions towards settlement. When we get close to settlement, there, like on most of the days, you will get a reversal for at least 40 ticks. And that's been the hallmark of my career as a crude trader. Even if I had a really shit day, if we get to to the sort of half an hour before settlement, I will find that trade of mine, but only if we didn't have a clean trending day. Then it has a lower probability of working out. So don't fade that, because it might come off somewhere at some point, but it's not going to be a meaningful reversal. Whereas on all the other days, you can find such a good trade literally in the last half an hour. And I love it.
Yeah, there are definitely time frames, pockets of time in crude oil that are very, very unique.
Yeah,
which make for great trading
it's
opportunities.
Like clockwork. Yeah.
Pradeep Shankar has a real question, I'm assuming. What other time frames for CL should we watch out for? I can start with one that I like, the Euro session close. So for Central Time, that's between 10 and 10:30. And you can get a little bit of action there. I think typically on normal days, that half-hour session will typically see a reversal of whatever the current trend is. And if it ends up not reversing, in my opinion, you can kind of get some pretty severe continuation through that into lunch. You can get some really interesting sessions. What about you, Deanna?
Yeah, same. So I have a strategy that relies on something that I call the post-NY cut reversal. Now, crude oil is heavily connected to the Canadian dollar because Canada is one of the largest crude oil exporters. And sometimes you have these, well, actually every day you have this thing called the Forex option expiries. It's referred to as the NY cut. And it happens at 10 a.m. Eastern, typically. So for me, when I see a reversal there, usually outside of the inventories days and when we have a bigger initial balance range, I will try to do a failed auction trade if I can get it. If we don't get the failed auction, like you say, there's a very good chance that it carries on into momentum. So I find it like so technical. Probably about 70% of all the days that I've observed, they had some sort of a reversal in that time period. So that's a huge part of my strategy. Now, inventories puts a wrench in the works when it comes to that because it's just like all over the place usually. But actually today it did the same thing. However, it was unplayable because it was such a small range. I had no frame of reference. So yeah.
Between 10 and 10:30 was, in my opinion, a coin flip.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
And because we bounced so recently that I didn't trust being able to get long there.
Yeah, I wasn't going to get long there. Definitely. That's why I kept trying to go short. And so earlier in the session, I tried some shorts. In hindsight, I should have taken that at 1.5 hour. I had like 50 ticks profit before the inventories. But again, talking about my own weaknesses, I held it too long because I'm like, I'm just going to wait until inventories. And then I time stopped it, like Hoag says, about 5 minutes before the inventories, but it was back at scratch.
Yeah.
But again, I didn't take a loss there. I took a loss next time after the inventories when my dogs barked and I had to go. So again, thank God for stop losses, right?
Yeah, right. But you were saying too, like, crude's one of those markets that can go down super fast and then go up, and you literally just experienced it on air.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
no more than like
a
couple hours ago. Yeah, I mean, you were up almost 60 ticks or so.
Yeah.
Right, and then it reversed 60 ticks. So that's what, $1,200 if you were long, short and long. That's got a lot of money. I mean, crude's kind of crazy like that.
It is. Yeah, you can make so much money. I've had days pretty frequently where I would make like 2.5, 3K easily, like on one lot, just by playing those expected time ranges. And it's been working for so many years now, like literally 11 years we're talking. So that's a pretty good sample size that something there is technical. Like there's a market mechanic that happens there, and it happens very frequently. So if you learn how to recognize that, everything becomes a lot easier with crude oil. So just put it in your time frameworks and then expect certain events. And when you get the signal, act on them. It's as simple as that.
Oh, this is what it's like when you have two crude oil traders on. How's it feel?
You're muted, Hoag. Are you on mute, or are you just making fun of us?
You need to be muted and wired.
Oh no, I was muted. I apologize.
Talking. I thought
maybe he was talking this whole time, or he was forget it. I'm out of this conversation.
I'm just saying that this is a beautiful thing. I'm just enjoying watching this, and there's a lot to learn from this. This is fantastic.
Yeah, crude oil is so lovely. It's been my breadwinner for so long. I'm in love with crude oil. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, crude too is my breadwinner. However, I end up taking my bread and then just ripping it all up and throwing it away. So I have to do a better job of keeping my loaves of bread. I think just last week I went back and went through my journal and I left something like 200 ticks of profit on the table due to over managing trades. So if I had just done nothing, I would have had 200 ticks, but instead I thought I was smarter than my position. So I got cute with moving stops, to break even, things like that. And it's like, that never works.
Yeah, I have a few people who get into a trade, perfectly good setup, and then they just do stupid things. They're like, oh, should I widen my stop? Oh, should I add more? Well, it's like, just stay in a trade, don't touch it, just wait. But people like to be involved, and sometimes that's a very
just keep your hands on your butt.
Yeah, exactly, keep your hands on your butt. Oh God.
It's hard though. I think taking profits is one of the hardest things to do in trading,
especially if it's like going massively in your favor.
Yeah, because you have no idea, and there's no winning other than like the financial gain. You feel like you didn't win because if it keeps on going, then it's like, oh, I could have had more.
Yeah, there's always that. So I have also some other people who come into my program for the first time, and I usually say to them, just take 2R. Just take 2R multiples. That's all you need. And then we have once in a blue moon big day that just carries on going for like 300 ticks. And they're like, oh, I only took 70 ticks. And then they cry over the fact that they missed out. And I'm like, look, you made 70 ticks. You didn't miss out on anything.
Yeah,
I could have done. And I'm like, let me ask you a following question. Did you see this coming before you took the first trade? No. So what are you crying about then? I don't get it.
It's diabolical. That's what our brains do to us. We take 70 ticks on a trade and we feel bad because we missed the next 30.
Yeah. It's not enough. It's never enough.
I had a woman that I was actually working with to teaching her profile. Not you, Deanna, but she was getting really good at finding good trade locations, and then she basically had one of those accidental home runs, right? She just put it on and she just left it, and it just was a huge winner. And after that, she had the hardest time taking profits because she was afraid she was always going to have that opportunity to have this big home run.
The dopamine rush.
Yeah,
that's what that is. Yeah.
And so many of her trades came back to stop her out, or even a full stop out. So I devised a method. I don't think she had ever succeeded in a trading combine. So I said, the next 30 trades, when you find a good trade location, you find the risk, take every trade off at twice the risk.
Yeah.
30 trades. Yeah. Don't think about the performance. Just do exactly what I told you. And she like 7 days later, she's all right. I got 30 trades. She sent me a spreadsheet. She never looked at her trade report, but I looked through this spreadsheet, and she had succeeded in a 50K combine within 30 trades in 7 days, trading days.
Yeah, that's what I said. So how I mentioned earlier, I don't like to spend a lot of time in combines. That's what I do. Like if I'm in a 50K account, within 6 days, I'm at target. Done. Right. Why? Because I'm selective. When I am doing an active combine, obviously I'm a lot more careful to take certain high quality trades. So usually on most times it will be one trade a day. That's it. And
so I told her that she succeeded, and she started streaming. She was so excited.
Yeah.
And then she went right back. She went right back to doing what she was doing.
Yeah.
The dopamine.
Yeah. I mean, I actually have a story that is a testament to how powerful just going 2-to-1 is.
Yeah.
So a long time ago, there was a 10K trading combine, and it was not the swing trading combine. This predates that. And so I think it was like $100. You could only trade one lot, and there was a $500 daily loss limit.
Okay.
And I think you had to make $1,000, and that was it. And I think what was it? I don't know what the other was. I think it was like make 1,000 or lose 1,000. Anyways, my daily loss limit was $300 personal, and I ended up doing extremely well on that account because it fixed my loss limit so tight at like 300 that I knew I could make more than 300. So if I could make 600, now I'm like 2-to-1. And so by having such tight constraints, it set me up for profitability because I knew I could be a 2-to-1 trader, and I made money. I actually ended up pulling out, I think, like $1,500 out of a live account with those exact parameters trading crude oil. And this also predates micros. Yeah. So you're talking 2 trades a day with maybe 15 ticks of risk, and you can make $1,000, you know, in a day pretty easily, especially in CL.
Yeah. When I started in prop, I had a daily loss limit of $225.
Yeah.
And same thing, you had to rely, there's nothing. And again, pre-micros, like micros, what's micros? You only had the full CL contracts to play. And that meant you have to be so selective. And then when you get 1.5 or 2R, you're done. That's it.
And that's how I got to my whole range-bound trading strategies, because I was born and raised in trading combines. And it's like, I got to find a system where I can try to squeeze out 2 trades a day and give me at least a coin flip. And so I saw ranges and I was like, buy bottom, sell top. You know, there's a 50-50. Get yourself aligned with the trend and maybe you catch that breakout and you're good.
Yeah. How do you find, let me ask you, how do you find crude oil for range trading? Because I find ES is better for true range-bound days.
Yeah, so so my system is just, I like 5-minute consolidation or 5-minute ranges. So like that setup you saw at 10:30 or 10:45 and crude, like I just like that. So wherever I see that, and then I just try to figure out what the trend is, and then I just try to short those or go along that. But you know, if you're looking at like a larger chart, then yeah, I would factor it in. But I'm kind of just waking up, seeing what the trend is. You know,
yeah, so this is my experience. Yeah, this is my experience too. So with crude oil range-bound days, I feel that there's always one side that's pulling because of that strong trend. Whereas in ES, if you have a true range-bound day, it really does bounce from one end to the other on a lot of the times. So that's kind of like a behavioral difference that everybody should know about the products that they're trading. So obviously you and I, we know crude oil like to its core. But some people, you know, they come into this business and they don't really understand that they can't trade YM, ES, GC, CL, NQ. Like, God, how many things are you bloody trading? Yeah, it's like, dude, you have to sit there and observe it for extended periods of time. Learn one thing. Like, that's all you need, one product. Don't go hopping around, you know, massive, you know, all of the available products, because you're not going to learn anything. You're just going to learn a whole bunch of nonsense, and then you're going to get confused because your focus is diluted anyway.
Yeah, at most, I mean, maybe find 2 markets.
Yes, exactly.
That are not correlated.
Yeah, absolutely.
And try to learn it maybe even at the same time.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't like flipping through markets. I tried RTY for a little bit. I thought it was kind of close to crude oil and how it moved and a decent space. But now that there's MCL, now I'm trading MCL. But you know, micros did not exist for a very long time.
Yeah.
For like a very long time. Like what did they yeah, they never did up until what, like 3 years ago, I think?
Yeah, it was 3-4 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, so and everyone in the trading combine right now has no idea how good it is.
Yes, correct.
No idea.
You can manage your risk so much better than we used to be able to back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, trading full crude oil, like no one even wants to trade full contracts anymore. Everyone wants to trade micros.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets expensive if you start sizing up in them, you know.
It does, yeah.
But you got the minis for that, right? I mean, if you're trading 5 micros, I get that, but you start getting into 10, 20, 30, 40 micros, you just trade the minis.
Yeah, I had somebody ask me, why don't you just go, like, if you're one lot, wouldn't you control risk better if you were like in 10 micros, you can scale out? And I'm like, are you seeing commissions? 10 micros.
It's like 3 micros to like 1 e-mini, I think, for just commissions.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So it's way more efficient to trade e-minis.
Yeah, you gotta make a point in every trade you take just to cover commissions.
Yeah. People don't think about that. Those commissions do add up after a while.
Yep, definitely.
I want to just kind of address something Matt P is saying here. Matt P is saying, how can you superimpose your own risk reward on the market? It makes no sense. You ignore evolving market structure. And I agree with that, Matt. You know, when we're talking about limiting your risk on these trades, if you focus on your point of invalidation or your risk level on the trade first, and then place your entry, you can still use market generated information to choose your stops. Right. It kind of makes me a little bit crazy. And I know Michael does this. I mean, he's got a 15-point stop and a 15-point profit target. To me, it doesn't make sense to have a static stop because you are ignoring market generated information. Sometimes the market's bigger. Sometimes you don't even need to risk that much depending on the trade. So, it's not like we're trying to superimpose our aims onto the market. If that makes sense, I'm always thinking, where is my risk on the trade? And then basing my trade location based off of the risk on the trade.
I do something similar. However, I did come to a point where I use the average session range and then I divide it by a certain number to kind of keep that side consistent. Because obviously I don't vary the position sizes that often. Mm-hmm. So I want my stop loss to be relatively similar each time. So I use anywhere from 30 up to 45 tick stop loss. But if it's a range bound day, I have been known to use a 17 tick stop loss on crude oil as well. And the way I do that, I literally divide the average session range because that is the liquidity that we have. Mm-hmm. So I will divide it by 4 or 5 or 6, and that becomes my kind of core default stop loss. Obviously, if that number changes drastically, like we had during COVID, then your stop loss size must change too. So you can't just stick to the same stop loss. There's this strategy from about 10 years ago, 7 years ago on forums, how, you need to use 16 ticks on ES, or, take 4 ticks stop loss. In what universe can you do a 4 tick stop loss when you have 1,000 tick? Do you want to lose trades? So I had a friend who was also a trader, and he's like, "Oh, it's not working anymore." And I'm like, "Yeah, because we got a bazillion tick range. What are you doing using 4 ticks?" I said, "Expand that." And then as soon as he expanded the stop loss, he started doing well because directionally he was great. He was totally on the money. He was a profile trader too. Probably still does it.
Yeah.
And as soon as he increased his stop loss size, his results drastically changed.
Yeah, he was dying by 1,000 cuts.
Correct. Yeah.
I always use the same stop loss. I don't adjust it. But I feel like my little consolidation range thing on the 5-minute roughly generates the same sort of volume every time. But it might not appear that often in really wide markets because you really the system takes about 15 to 20 minutes to actually set up. So you need the market to sit in about a 20-cent range for 20 minutes. That's not going to happen in a market that's running, which is why this system tends to not have a hard time finding entries in very, very bullish markets or very, very bearish markets, because crude oil, you think you can just throw a short on with the market and you just so happen to be the one person who is now exactly wrong. That's going to reverse on you. I'm sure it's happened to any crude oil trader that there's no guarantees, and so you really have to be disciplined and kind of waiting for your setup, because just chasing a short because it looks bad, it's not going to work. You still got to wait for the pullback, and it's agonizing. Yeah,
the larger the move that brings the directional move, the more chances of pullback. So those people who jump into moves once they've already seen a very large candle, let's say you have an 80 tick move or 100 tick move, and they're like, "I'm going short now." I was like, "Now you're going short."
Yeah, really?
Right.
Yeah. And then I said, "Why don't you wait for a pullback?" "Oh, I don't know whether it's going to come." The FOMO comes out. And I'm like, "Yeah, you don't know, but I can tell you for sure that this is a high risk trade because we've already traversed so much space that it's bound to pull back at least 30% of that candle. So wait for that." And of course, initially they don't listen, but then eventually they start listening because the same thing happens over and over. And they're like, "Let me try a pullback." And then I'm
been there before. And then in hindsight, it looks super obvious because the market will always set up your setup eventually. If you just want to play out, you just have to have the patience to get there.
Yeah.
But it would have been easy to chase this long and crude, but I would have felt like an ass had it just reversed on me because it was out of system. But now we are getting range bound, which is kind of interesting. So Deanna, do you have any opinions on CL? We're at 76. We've been in this range for quite a bit.
Well, usually around 1:30 Eastern. So that's 12:30 your time in Chicago, Hoag. So that's when I would expect to see a reversal. So we're still a little bit early for that. In fact, if you're going to look for reversal trades, GC is actually better with those lunchtime reversals. It has a higher probability. But crude oil typically just stays wherever it is until 1:30 p.m. And then from 1:30, you might get that short. So for now, I'm not looking for anything just yet because it's too early for my setup. Like we said before, it's very time technical crude. So the amount of times when I was a less experienced trader, the amount of times that I was like, "It's at my level, I'm gonna go against this." And then I get stopped out, and then 1:30 p.m. comes, and then it reverses. And I'm like, if you had just waited, that's all I
My
needed
actual
to do.
setup. Yeah. It's great.
And once I learned how to listen to myself, I would find something else to do. I mentioned I had World of Warcraft at one point, and I just played that. And then time comes. In fact, at one point I would be completely away. Yes, drumsticks. Right, we're ready. And the same thing in ES. If you're looking for reversals, that usually comes at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. And again, the amount of times that I was a little bit impatient, I'm like, I'm going to go in because crude oil is reversing at 1:30. And then again, I got hit, and I'm like, I just need to wait. And that's how you practice self-discipline. You force yourself to do something else and to listen to your strategy. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
Exactly. But I do like the setup. This is nice. I like what's going on here in crude.
We're about out of time here. We got to get ready to do the top quiz.
Exciting.
Thank you guys very much for joining, and thank you for your extra time yesterday and today, Deanna.
Yeah,
I'll be giving thanks twice for you tomorrow. Dolby, what's your what are you giving thanks for?
Let's see. Family, friends, metal music, Lord and Savior Michael Patak. What else? Family, friends, just the usual stuff. Wow. I am excited. I'm going to Denver tomorrow, though, which is great. So it's great to travel on Thanksgiving. It's typically super easy because it's totally dead.
Yeah, everybody's already where they want to be.
Exactly. And then going to the fiance's place, and her parents are excellent cooks. So it ends up being very, very delicious. Yeah, but they're actually going to have Thanksgiving on Friday. So we have a personal dinner Thursday, Thanksgiving Friday. Then I'm coming back on Saturday for a show at the Live Wire in Chicago. So if you're in Chicago and want to come hang out, I think we're headlining
a
holiday show.
Cool.
Should be sweet. Yeah, come hang out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will not be presenting on TopstepTV tomorrow or Friday. We're going to take a couple of days off for the Thanksgiving holiday. We hope that everybody has a very safe and loving Thanksgiving holiday for all of you that celebrate it. Again, I'm giving thanks for my faith, my family, my friends, and my food. So we'll be ready here for the top quiz here shortly. I will be seeing everybody for group coaching just after the top quiz, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all there. Deanna, Dolby, blessings to you all. We'll see you in a little bit.
See you guys.
See ya.
Guess who's back? Back again. I am back. I am back. I am back. Let's go to Thanksgiving. Hey, everybody. Top quiz. Most of you have probably played before. See, 550 of you are already in the Kahoot. If you're not one of them, click on the link pinned to the chat. Enter your fun name, no two-letter names, and email. And then, or you go to kahoot.it and enter that pin. Okay? 6-second delay between us and you seeing it. So watch your device. That's where the questions pop up. There are 4 questions. If you get 3 or 4 right, you know what? I'm going to do the same thing I did yesterday. It's Thanksgiving. So I'm going to give away 40 resets, and I will skew them to those that get 3 or 4 right, but there will be 20 of them that are selected among everyone that signed up. Only sign up once. If I catch you, it will not be good if you're in there more than once. I'm also, most importantly, joined by Bonnie. Bonnie, hello.
Hi, Jack. Happy almost Thanksgiving.
I know. I am amped, ready to go. What are you doing with the time off?
I'm going to be eating a lot of food.
Nice. Are you sticking around Chicago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hopefully do something fun tonight for Blackout Wednesday.
Ooh, yeah. That was I referenced that with the opening line of the opening call this morning. I'm too old now, but I do live my house now. Like tonight, I'm just going to my parents' house for dinner with my son. But I live not too far from the stretch of bars, for those who are local, Madison Street and Forest Park, where every high schooler from everywhere west of Chicago goes to make a fool out of themselves on Wednesday, aka tonight. So thoughts and prayers for them. So, Bonnie, you ready to try and get the perfect score today?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we got group coaching on next, and I think we're all trying to get out of here. I did notice James told me one person's in here named, what was it, Coco Melon Shark? Good name. All right. So I'm going to get started right about now. Gobbledygook might be the last person in. No, it's Moneybags, Greggy. Anything for Greggy. Joe Poos is back. Okay, we can start now. Joe Poos is back. I'm going to start this right about now. All right. Last Kahoot before Thanksgiving. Question number 1 is, what does the acronym TPO stand for in regards to the market profile? Is it trade placement orientation, take profit objective, time price opportunity, or turn price over? You big market profile head, Bonnie?
Would it be trade placement orientation?
That sounds right. It is, in this case, it is time price opportunity. See, at least one person says, great question, but keep in mind, that's only the first question. There'll be at least 3 people that say this is the worst quiz ever by the end. I
was hoping there will be some Thanksgiving questions.
You're in luck. There's at least one. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Remember, this is the bragging board. I have to mention this again because I still get emails from time to time. If you are randomly selected in this based on how many you get right, if you don't get an email or don't see your name pop up on the screen at some point, then you did not win. So better luck on today or Monday. Okay, question number 2. This method of cooking Thanksgiving turkey is, quote, incredibly dangerous, according to fire officials. Is it roasting, deep frying, sous videing, or smoking?
I'm going to say smoking.
I have no doubt that could be kind of dangerous. However, there's nothing quite as dangerous as taking a frozen turkey and dunking it into a vat of very hot oil with an open flame under it. If you do yourself a favor, if you check out one of the videos the fire departments put out where they show what happens when you drop like a turkey and overflow the fire or the oil onto the fire, it's incredible. It just explodes like it was some sort of claymore or something like that. So, yeah, you're not deep frying a turkey, I take it?
Good to know.
Yeah. Make sure you got home insurance. Okay, here we go. Back to the bragging board. We got Sup Bonnie, all your base, zero sum, Buttercup. Yeah, people, it's Thanksgiving. All right. The first hour of the trading session is called the opening range, the opening auction, time to wake up, or the initial balance. It's another Hoag question.
Ah, man. The opening range?
Oh, so close. The initial balance, the opening range is the first minute. Yes. Great questions. I might just ask some of these market profile questions over and over again.
You're killing it with the questions today.
Yeah. Truth be told, it was too, because I didn't have very long to write them in between segments. But sometimes, what do they say? The heart of steel comes from the hottest fire. All right. Buttercup, thick sandwich, all your base, Squirrel Squad. Big fan of Squirrel Squad. Not going to win. Maybe, perhaps. We'll see what the random drawing says. Okay. You ready for this last question, Bonnie?
Yes. I need to get this one right.
Let's fire away. If you don't get it right, know that this has happened many times before. And you are also an accountant by training. So it's all good. All right, but let's see. This one I don't believe is a trading one. Let's see. Oh, they'll probably hate. Okay. The book 50 Shades of Grey started out as fan fiction based on this earlier series. Was it Twilight, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, A Song of Ice and Fire, or Lord of the Rings? Are you familiar with fan fiction?
I was like, Song of Ice and Fire, that's Game of Thrones, right?
Correct.
And then Girl with the Dragon I would say Twilight.
You're right. Bonnie will not be denied. Bonnie.
That's a love movie.
Comeback. Well, yeah, it's also that, like, so here we go. What kind of BS question was that? I don't know. Seems like a lot of people do it. Yeah, 50 Shades of Grey started out as someone writing goofy fan fiction about Twilight, and they made a lot of money. So that's how I'll connect that to trading. That's some real hustle there. Writing stuff about.
Have you seen Twilight?
Let me think. I've never like sat down and watched the whole thing. I think I've seen probably like an hour of one of them on TV at some point. It's definitely, I don't think it's really targeted towards a 37-year-old man like me, but who knows? Did you watch them?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I actually love chick flicks, so.
Yeah, they came out. I think they came out like when I was a little bit older too, but we'll see. Anyway, so the bragging board here. Remember, this is not mean. Please do not email Joe Ziden. Okay. El Mano Sabio and thick sandwich. What? That's good. I like that. Lego Brigade 4. That's another good one. Guys, thank you very much. I'm not going to. We're kind of like calling it quits after group coaching today. I'll see if I can get the winners before then, but the email might not go out until. We'll see. I'll see how much time I have there, but you will be informed. Thanks so much for joining Top Quiz today, Bonnie.
Thank you, Jack. Happy early Thanksgiving, everyone.
Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone out there. I hope that you get off after this, Bonnie. And in the meantime, thanks for playing. May the odds be forever in your favor. And we'll be back right after this with group coaching. See you in a few.
All right, welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Top Step's group coaching session. Very happy, as always, to be here with everybody, and happy early Thanksgiving to everybody. We've got a whole lot of emailed in questions. I'm very excited about that. I haven't had the opportunity to look through them too deeply, but it doesn't look like there's anything too difficult. So we're going to have a really good and hopefully interesting and informative session today. This is me. If you want to take a look here, my name is John Hoagland. I'm the senior performance coach here at Topstep. We got 40 years of industry experience as an active trader, more like 30 some odd years. I traded on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for 20 years and migrated to screen trading in 2009. And since 2011, I've been part of Topstep here, and hopefully making a big difference in traders from all over the world. That's my goal, and that's what I'm hoping for today. As a matter of fact, this is the CFTC disclaimer. Everything we discuss today is, of course, for educational purposes only. This reminds us that there's a considerable risk in trading futures. These are leveraged products, which means we can lose possibly more than our initial investment. We should only be using risk capital to trade with, and to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. We are not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any particular product or security during this session. And again, remember, this is for educational purposes only. There is also a clause here that says that hypothetical or simulated performance results have certain limitations. This is one of the most popular questions I've gotten over the years as a performance coach is, why is it so easy to trade in sim and so difficult once I get into the trading combine or, God forbid, fund my own account? Well, to me, there's the lack of accountability, the lack of consequence, and the lack of rules in some random sim account. So you got to have a little bit of skin in the game to know how you are going to respond in difficult situations and making some difficult decisions. All right, and we'll go on to the questions now. And instead of just leaving this little slide up here that says questions, we're going to put up the E-mini S&P chart just so we can keep an eye on what's going on in the markets. All right. So I got some really good questions. Let's see here. I think we did that one. So let's go with Irfan sends in, what is your methodology in setting weekly highs and lows? Well, what I think you're talking about is the weekly kickoff highs and lows. And it is somewhat complicated and somewhat proprietary to me. I don't really tell people how I do it. It's a combination of technical analysis, market profile information, some measured moves, some tea leaves, and some turkey bones this time for Thanksgiving. What they are meant to represent are levels that I feel are going to be important to the longer time frame traders. As a day trader, as a discretionary pea shooter like me, if I can get a sense of levels that are going to be important to longer time frame traders, I can use that information to my advantage, even just as a day trader. You know, some people say, why do I look at a longer time frame chart as a day trader when I'm taking trades that may be 5 minutes long or 2 hours long, whatever? Understanding the longer time frame is very important because it can keep you, number one, out of trouble, and number two, and keep you hopefully on the profitable side. So those weekly kickoff levels, you know, a lot of times they're really useful. Sometimes not so much. There's nothing that is finite in futures trading. I mean, when we're looking at the E-mini S&Ps, the S&Ps have been struggling to hold price above the weekly kickoff high. Does that tell us that the longer time frame traders have begun to sell up here? Have they stopped buying up here? This is all part of the juggling act of information that we have to digest and use to our advantage in trading. Again, the methodology is complicated. There's a lot of feel to it. And hopefully, you know, they'll continue to be useful for the traders that look at them. You know, I mean, we, you know, it takes me a long time, usually on Fridays, sometime around the close, I'll open up the charts and start my research on, you know, it takes sometimes 2 to 3 hours to come up with these levels. And again, we think that, you know, it takes time. I mean, there's a lot of thought that goes into it, and that's kind of why I call it chicken bones or turkey bones, as they say, and tea leaves. You know, there's a lot of solid information and a little bit of intuition that comes in with those. So we will continue to be putting those out. Hopefully, again, you will continue to be able to benefit from them. All right. There's another question on this. When you use volume profile for CL, do you use prior day, and what time ranges are set for volume profile? He's been attending Ray's class and learned about value area, high value area, low reversal, of its strategies recently. Good. So when it comes to volume profile, I'm using volume profile in very specific situations. What I'm looking at more than volume profile is market profile. Okay. And that's the market profile is time-based. If you go on our YouTube channel, there's a market profile masterclass that will tell you how the profile is constructed and some of the nuances that we can glean from the market profile. But you know, when I'm looking at the market profile, we're also looking at the volume profile. Here's the market profile here. Here's the volume profile. So if I'm looking at a previous day, it depends on really where the market opens outside of that. And I'm only looking at the volume profile and the market profile mostly during the regular trading hour session. So for the S&Ps, that's 8:30 Central to 3 o'clock p.m. Central, 8 o'clock a.m. to 3 o'clock p.m. Central. Here is the TPO chart for crude oil today. It doesn't, there it is. Okay, so, you know, the early range was below the previous day's range. So I'm not going to be able to glean much information out of that. What we do know is that when we open this significantly away from the previous day's range, we've got a whole lot of traders that are holding shorts, and those traders are probably going to be shorter time frame. You're not going to, you're not going to see longer time frame hedgers that are going to be active in the overnight session, even in crude oil, although we do see some increase in participation when the London session opens. So, well, when in this situation, if you were watching earlier, Deanna had a couple of losses today. The range was very small, but when we started extending the range with the very narrow initial balance, it doesn't take as much energy to extend far beyond it. If I was going to be looking at volume information or market profile information for some sort of a target for this extension of the range, it would have been the point of control. This is the volume point of control that remains unchecked. It's from last Friday. So last Friday's volume point of control was our initial target for the continuation above the current range, if that's available, right? I mean, what else do we have? We've got the points of control up here that remain unchecked. We have a TPO point of control up here that remains unchecked. So when we are outside of the previous day's range, I'm looking at overnight inventory. We had a very narrow initial balance. So it doesn't really surprise me that it didn't take that much energy to extend the range much higher. We actually had opposite information. We had a big boost in crude stocks here in the U.S. Fundamentally, that should push price lower. Apparently, it may have already been in the market. We had a lot of overnight shorts that just tried to hold on, and those shorts finally capitulated and brought price right back to a volume profile level. One of the only times that I'm using volume profile is to get into a market that's already directional, right? So if we look at Monday, the opening range was the dead low of the session, right? We put together a period of time and volume, an accumulation of time and volume. We extended above that. This low volume node here, Ifran, kind of gives us the potential for a support level for continuation to the upside. So what I'll do is I'll look at the volume profile and I'll say, all right, well, we got a high volume node here. We have low volume here. My entry is somewhere between the high volume node and the low volume node. I call these volume shoulders. When we go from a high volume node to a low volume node, I want to buy the lower volume shoulder for the long. I don't want to buy the upper volume shoulder for a long. That would be more of an opportunity to look for a potential short. So if we do have some single TPOs, we have low volume, we accumulate a bunch of volume here. When the market comes down to this volume shoulder, I'm looking for a long here. My stop is going to be on the other side of the low volume node, or possibly we can take out a couple of these TPOs here. So my stop is really going to be, let's say, 45, 50 if we're long there. My stop's going to probably be around 41. So I'm risking 4 points. If this holds, what is that trade worth? Well, we're at 45. Here's 55. Here's 65. So that trade is easily worth 20 points for 4 points of risk. Now, this is all very easy in hindsight. Everything seems to make sense when we're looking at things in hindsight. Do we have any information from the volume profile that gives us opportunity in the S&Ps today? Yesterday was a very range-bound day. Where did we trade to today? Well, we opened. Well, I think we left the opening range at the low again today. There's no gap. Okay, we closed the gap to the tick, and then we started rallying. What was the opening range here? Let me see. Oh yeah, the opening range. This is all A period. Oh, this is B period. A period. So we left the opening range at the low of A period. We put in the high, and then we got pushed really quickly off that high. But in a range-bound day, I don't see a lot of information from the volume profile. If we get a chance up here, up against this low volume node, that's something I might think about trying to look for a short against. But it's more because we've got a normal trading day. Our initial balance, which is the first hour of trade, is the entire range for today. Our range is much bigger than even yesterday's entire session we did in the first hour. We're setting up for a normal trading day. If we have a normal trading day, the only thing to do is to buy below value at an area you can limit risk, and to sell above value at an area where you can limit risk. We're not doing anything in the middle here. But as far as the volume profile is concerned, I'm not seeing anything that I'm going to see useful in the volume profile. It's more about volume value low is really low. If we get an opportunity down here, this is low risk. We're looking for cheap trades on the extremes when the market is range bound. We could probably go on all day talking about the profiles, volume profile, market profile. But I'm going to go on to the next question here. Ben. I'm not sure how to answer this question. Could you bring clarity as to which days this week will be considered a trading day? Will it be 3 or 4 days total? And I think you're asking because tomorrow is a holiday. The markets, the CME markets will be open, and they will be open till noon. The New York Stock Exchange is closed tomorrow. Thursday, the New York Stock Exchange will close at noon. Because the futures markets are open, yes, you are able to trade them. But Thursday's trade date, according to the exchange, will be Friday's trade date. So on certain platforms like T4, the daily bar will begin at 5 o'clock tonight, and it will be the same bar through Friday's close at noon. The exchange for holidays takes both those trade dates and pushes them to the next trade date. So Thursday's trading won't be well, I think in certain platforms it will be. So you can trade both dates. Check your platform on Friday before you start trading. If your trading if your trading from Thursday has not cleared, then you got to pay attention to that, right? If you're near a loss limit on Thursday and it's still there on Friday, you want to double check that. But the exchange treats tomorrow's trade as Friday's trade date. Certain platforms won't put up a daily bar. I hate trading holidays because of that, because it kind of skews some of the things that we're seeing on the charts. So if that's the right answer that you're looking for because of the holiday. Okay. Cut we have here. We've got, it's my pleasure. Glad that you're enjoying everything that you're seeing and learning. So opening outside of value, are you talking about the 70% value from volume for TPO of the actual day, or 70% of the volume from the day before? So opening outside of value, I'm going to bring this up. So when I say we're opening outside of range and value, we opened today outside of range and value from the previous day. Okay. Remember, I'm focusing on regular trading hour sessions. These profiles are regular trading hour sessions. 8:30 to 3 p.m. is where these profiles are populating from. So when we open outside of the previous day's area of value, that's outside of it. We also opened outside of yesterday's range. We closed the gap to the tick. And now we've just been range bound all day. You can see on this platform, this blue line here is the initial balance, which is the range for the first hour of the session. it's both. It's the extremes on both ends. This is certainly kind of looking like it's going to end up being a normal day. A normal day. We do see normal days before holidays, actually, more often. Where we opened yesterday was inside range and value. Okay, so the question of gaps cut. When I'm looking at a market, I'm focusing again mostly on the overnight session, right? So here's the S&Ps. Here's the 30-minute chart. All right, well, so we do see that the chart doesn't show any gaps because it's taking, you know, all of the information from the overnight as well as you know, the regular trading hours. But if you take a look at this little watermark here, this is showing the regular trading hour session. You can also see it cut down here in the volume. Lots of volume. That's your regular trading hour session. No volume down here, right? That's the overnight. High volume, again, is the regular trading hour session. So Monday, we had a big move to the upside. Yesterday, we opened inside of range and value. There was no gap. Today, we had a gap. We opened up here. We opened outside of the previous day's regular trading hour range. That creates the gap. We finished, we actually closed the gap to the tick. We didn't even get into the range from yesterday. It stopped at that tick. And then we've been rotating ever since. So if you're not seeing the gaps, you want to be focusing on the regular trading hour session. If you're using TS Trader, you can do that using the profiles and setting up the profiles so that you can see. Or if you want to be focusing on volume profiles, here's what we can do. We are going to put that there. So I'm just going to put Monday, Tuesday, and today's profiles on here. So here's Monday's. There's the volume profile from Monday, right? We can put that, also the volume profile here. There's Tuesday's volume profile. So we see that we had an inside day yesterday in extended trading hours and in regular trading hours. Now we're going to put it on here and we have an outside day. The market opened, closed the gap to the tick, but basically it created a gap. Now you're only going to see that again if you're focusing on regular trading hour sessions. Regular trading hour sessions. Good questions, Cut. Fred, how you doing, Fred? I hope you're getting ready for a nice Thanksgiving. So Fred sat in front of his screen on Monday all day and did nothing. The opening range was left at the low of the day. So I didn't want to fade the move higher. I wanted to look for a long, but where? You've said directional markets don't let traders in to participate, and that is true. The stronger the trend is, the more difficult it is to enter. It's almost like the market tries to keep you out. Unless I wanted to buy the highs, I didn't see any place to enter along. Do you see an opportunity that I overlooked? Well, the opening range was the low of the session. I missed it. I didn't get it. I actually made money on Monday with a short. Here's where it was. So we left the opening range low. We drove higher. We were up against last week's high. I took a short and made about 8 points on that, but didn't fall in love with it because I was looking at a potential continuation move to the upside. So I didn't participate the rest of the day. I was busy, I guess. I don't know what it was. But Fred, looking back in hindsight, when we put up this consolidation here. We had a high volume node, which ended up being the volume profile, I believe, and a low volume node. So just like the example I was telling Cut, if you're going to be looking for a continuation in an upside move, I didn't see this coming. This wasn't really on my radar to see a move of this magnitude on Monday of a holiday week. But if I was looking for longs, this would have been the good spot. We had those little single TPOs right here. We'll see that on the profiles here shortly, Fred. We got a high volume node to a low volume node. The volume shoulder here offers a cheap entry. The stop would have to be on the other side of the low volume node and the single TPOs. I try and keep them like as close to the next high volume node as I can, or even beyond it. So I mean, we're looking at, let's say we bought it at 46. You know, I'm looking at 46. I'm looking at, you know, kind of a substantial loss there, right? I'm looking at 6 points, 7 points. But if it holds, and we do see the continuation to the upside, there we go. Here's another kind of an opportunity against this low volume node, Fred. And again, you know, this is all hindsight. I did not take these trades. I'm just looking at areas that I would think of, where I would think about taking those trades. We had another low volume node here. We started stacking up volume here. During this bar, this 12 o'clock bar, if you got a pullback to this level at any time, you know, and I don't know, again, without looking at the 1 minute chart, how the market moved in that time. But, you know, once it got up to this level, it doesn't seem like it really came back too far through this level because there's no volume there. So the volume shoulder, again, offers us the opportunity to limit risk, even though this might be a little bit more substantial risk than we're willing to take. And then we see the market continue the move to the upside, and it tried to finish with a late spike. So don't feel bad, Fred. I didn't participate on the way up. There were a couple of spots I thought about, and this was one of them. Right down to here, right up to here. But, you know, we're busy this week, kind of shorthanded. I didn't feel as though I was focused enough to really do much. So there's kind of a hopefully a helpful answer for you, Fred. Chuck. TPO settings. All right. I'm assuming we're looking for the TPO settings on the Tradeovate. So don't forget, you got to pull up a chart, and it can't be a legacy chart. It's got to be a chart, a new chart. So if you do that, when you open it up, you'll probably be seeing candlestick charts, but you just go to the chart type and hit TPO. Now, it's not going to look like this the first time you see it, Chuck. You're going to have to go in and adjust the time and change some of the colors and some of the parameters. So you go to configure chart elements, the gear wheel right up here. Click on the product. Now you're in the back end of the profiles. Yes, you want TPO. Yes, you want letters. You want, for the S&Ps, 1 tick TPOs. In the NASDAQ, I go 4 tick TPOs because the NASDAQ is so rangy. Unclick auto. This auto scaling thing makes me crazy. All of your colors will be defaulted to this kind of pink color, but if you want to be able to see time through the profiles, you're going to want to change the letters, the colors of the letters. So click per letter, click on A and hit red. Click on B and hit red. Click on C and click orange, and so on and so forth. So that when you look at your profiles, you'll be able to see the red is early, orange, yellow, green, those are middle of the day, blue and purple are getting later and later into the day. Then you're going to want to set your session times. Session 1, 8:30 Central Time. Do it in your time zone. If you're on the East Coast, set it to 9:30. You want it to stop at 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern, and so on and so forth. Your start letter, you can start with whatever letter you want. Just leave it an A. As far as the initial balance is concerned, I haven't changed anything on these. But when it comes to the TPO, the point of control, yes, you want the point of control pointed out. You want it extended. The TPO point of control on this platform is difficult to see, even though I have it marked as very dark color here, black. It shows up as light gray on the charts. It will also be kind of the same thing on the dark backgrounds. If you choose the white point of control, it shows up as kind of gray. It's kind of difficult to see. Once you know the profiles, you know that the TPO profile is the widest line of TPOs horizontally closest to the center of the range. Value area, yes. You want the color, again, you want it to be stark as it can be. It kind of shows up as light gray on this white background, and then you can change the bar width of the value area. You want it highlighted, you want it drawn as a bar. Volume profile, same thing. Enable it. Point of control extended, which means it'll extend out to the right until it is revisited, right? Value area 70%. I haven't changed any of this stuff. I don't want it to show my fills or trade lines or anything like that. And once I get through with all of that, I hit apply and save. Those are the profiles. Now, if you want to add the overnight session, you can add session. We're going to go 1700, which is 5 o'clock Central. And we're going to end at 8:30 the next morning before the regular trading hours. And we're going to hit apply. Save. Here's last night's profile. Here's yesterday's regular trading hour session, the night before's profile. You can use them, you can take them off, whatever you want. I really just focus on the overnight high and the overnight low when it comes to our overnight sessions. So I'm going to go back in and I'm going to delete the overnight session off the chart, apply, and save. Now, it's kind of quick to run through. You can play with it. You're liable to make some mistakes, but that's okay. Chuck, hope that helps. So Nicholas has a question about open interest. So I'm going to do this. All right. So Nicholas' question is, I hear mentioned a lot, if the open interest increases while trending up, that's a sign of strength. But couldn't it also be new shorts opening up? Does each new contract on open interest not represent a short and a long? Thanks. Yes, every contract that is created creates one in open interest. And yes, there is one long and one short. To create a contract, it takes two parties. The contract has to have a beginning and an end. So how can we tell who is the more aggressive, or if longer time frame traders are creating the open interest, or are the shorts creating the open interest? So looking at gold yesterday, the market opened, left the opening range at the low of the session, and the market drove higher initially. Most of the vast percentage of the volume was in the first hour and a half of the session. The direction was to the upside. That was aggressive buying. What did open interest do in gold yesterday? I'm going to bring up the final so we get the accurate number. And open interest increased overall by 19,746 contracts. If price was moving higher overall on good volume and an increase in open interest, well, you could say that the aggressors were the buyers. The market moved higher. We added open interest. That tells me that there are new longs coming into the market. It doesn't necessarily mean that those new longs are creating new shorts. Sometimes if a new long buys one from an old long, there's no change in open interest. Now, it gets confusing. But while this is not a perfect system, Nicholas, but when we see open interest increasing in a direction, in this case, higher, you have to make the assumption that there were new buyers that came into this market that drove that price higher. Yes, in buying those, they've created shorts. But when we think about what our job here as traders is, Nicholas, we have the opportunity to use these tools to pit time frame against time frame. Okay, when you think about it, the longer time frame traders are nowhere near as price sensitive as your short time frame day shooter, P shooter like me, day trader, P shooter like me. So when there is an accumulation in a longer time frame of new longs, let's say, what they're going to be pretty much buying those contracts from are going to be speculators from multiple different time frames. But if the longer time frame traders get the shorter time frame speculators too long or too short for their comfort, then that's when we can use those time frames against each other to look for opportunities. There was a spreadsheet that I shared yesterday. During fast markets, and I want to show it to you now if I can find it. It showed oh man, here I am futzing around. Give me 1 second, I apologize. Why can't I find it? I found it easy. Oh, there it is. Okay. So this example was something I put on fast markets yesterday. This is gold. This is one of the more stark examples of the open interest indicating a strong auction, right? This is, let's go, we got to get back to gold here. Okay, so on February 4th of 2022, the price of gold was $1,807.80. The next day, the market moved higher, $14 on higher open interest. It moved higher the next day on higher open interest. It moved higher the next day on higher open interest. It moved higher the next day on higher open interest. What I want you to take note of is the daytime frame delta was negative for 2 straight weeks. The longer time frame buyers were accumulating longs, pushing price higher against speculators who were using market orders to hit into their bids. So on the 4th here, we started 1807. By the time we start to see the open interest begin to waffle a little bit, we have moved $100. Then we start to see open interest start to fall off. Some of our short time frame shorts are starting to get out. Now you start to see positive delta. You still see some open interest moving higher, but by the time our shorter time frame speculators are out of the market, it's more than a $200 move. How do we know that this was longer time frame new longs coming into the marketplace? Because the more aggressive traders all the way up were selling into bids. The longer time frame doesn't use market orders. They use bids and they use offers, and they just sit there and they let the short time frame traders hit into those bids where they're accumulating longs. And as soon as the short time frame traders won't hit those bids anymore, they move them up. They move them up. Here is a very graphic depiction of how that move played out in the marketplace. Directional, negative delta most of the way up, increasing open interest. By the time the short time frame and medium time frame speculators figured out that they were screwed, they capitulated. You get the big push to the upside, and then the market just kind of comes off. So we are making some pretty broad assumptions sometimes that we're seeing longer time frame traders entering into the marketplace. So when somebody says to me, well, if I buy one and somebody sells one, I'm long, he's short. How can somebody say that the market is too long or too short to rally or to continue a move to the upside or to move lower? It's because of the difference in time frames, motivations, guts, risk tolerances of the multitude of different time frame traders and different motivation traders. Your longer time frame traders, Nicholas, they're not outright long or short the S&Ps. They're long or short the S&Ps against something else, right? So if there's a hedge manager who's got a big basket of stocks and he doesn't want to sell the stocks, but he thinks price is going lower, he can hedge it in the S&Ps or the Dow or the NASDAQ or whatever it is. And if price does actually come down, well, he's going to lose money on his stocks, but he's going to make money on his futures. Piece of cake. Piece of cake. That's why the longer time frame isn't as price sensitive, and how they end up getting the short time frame traders and pea shooters like me the wrong direction. But if we're smart and we see these things, at the very least, we can avoid getting smushed by them. I hope that's a good answer for you, Nicholas. So Rarez has sent in a question. I hope that you're watching, Rarez, and I feel bad. Rarez he's Romania, and he's based in Romania. It's not us that has certain countries unavailable to trade futures. It's the exchange. For whatever their reasons, they won't accept accounts from traders in certain countries. And we don't know the rhyme or reason why a certain country is available while another one is not. And, I would like nothing more than for you to have the opportunity to trade with us. Is there a chance it could change in the future? Well, anything can happen and anything can change in the future, Rarez. And as soon as it does, we'll look forward to having you trading here at Topstep. But again, it's not us. It's the exchange. And I feel terrible, but it's not, there's nothing really we can do about it, right? Let me get to the next ones. Soleil, proud of personal coaching work. Would love to learn my trading strategies, especially the market profile volume. Soleil, I'm not currently taking coaching clients. We're working on Topstep TV, and hopefully a lot of your ideas, your questions, your thoughts, and learning about market profile, you'll be able to pick up a lot of that watching Topstep TV and from opening call and through fast markets. We are looking to add a lot more educational information, some more evergreen content, and as soon as we get that, we'll look forward to hopefully seeing you improving your trading through the lens of the market volume profiles. What I can suggest is get yourself a copy of Mind Over Markets and Markets and Profile, the two Jim Dalton books. That's Markets and Profile, Mind Over Markets and Markets and Profile, and start reading up on those books. They're great books. Joe. So Spike and its nuances. Joe, I'm really happy that you're here with us. And let's get to the quiz success, folks.
The quiz success, folks. Couldn't have put
I've got Jack here with us. The winners of the Topstep top quiz. There it is. Couldn't think of it.
Yeah, we can show them now. I think I can send out the email now too, just to have this all be tidy cozy here. All right, James, we'll do it simultaneously. Here are the winning names for today. The email has been sent.
Officially.
Congratulations to all you guys. Thankful for quiz. That's a good one there. Trying to see what else we got here. Well, I'm not going to read them all. Good to see Nazquack. And as I said, I sent out the email. We might be a little bit slow if you have any responses to them because we are leaving, I think, the minute this stream ends, Oak.
So I should hurry up.
No, that's okay. You can hold us hostage. It's all good. But we can, stick around through one, but you don't have to go to 2 or something like that.
No, I'll be pretty much done here at 1:00. So,
all right. Free reset is what they win, and also, just want to thank everybody. Hoag, thankful to be doing this with you, and you're always a great person as far as a mentor, everything else. Just a lovely individual to be around.
Well, thank you, Jack. I appreciate that, and I'm thankful for you as well. I feel blessed that we've had the opportunity to work together, and I'm looking forward to a long continuation of that.
Yeah, no, it's been a good run, but I spend more time with you. So bring it home, Hoag. I'll be sitting in the virtual green room.
All right. Have a great holiday. Best to the family. All right. So back to Joe Drinnen, Joe D, I should say. It's great to see you. It's great to have you back here. Glad that things are going well and you're feeling good. I miss Make Hoag Money too. There may be something we'll be adding back in the afternoons on Topstep TV at some point. So he's asking to review the spike rules and its nuances. So I don't know if I've seen one in a while. Let me find one here. Okay. All right. No, that's not true. Okay. All right. So what is a late spike? A late spike is a function of the market where the market remains relatively range bound the better part of the session, And then at the very end, price pushes outside of the current area of balance and closes up there. Now, is this a true spike? Well, I mean, this one started at 2 o'clock. The 2:30 bar continued. The market didn't really have a lot of time to show acceptance of higher pricing over time. Now, there was a price bar overlay. I would be looking at the base of this spike. You know, is it a true spike? It's the one that I saw that I can use here. The base of the spike is 42.4875. It's where the range extended, never came back, and continued through the end of the session, and then usually it'll close up near the high of it, right? So the spike rules are basically, if the market the next day opens within the late spike or above it, it is attempting to mark acceptance of higher pricing. If the market opens the next day below the base of the late spike, it is marking potential or probable rejection of higher pricing. When we open below the late spike becomes excess. The auction got too expensive, died, closed, and then the next day, this would be left as excess at the high instead of continuation and a late spike to be looking for the market to continue the move to the upside. Is this the best example? Maybe, maybe not, because obviously the market opened above the late spike, left the opening range at the low of the day, and continued to push higher on a trend day to the upside. That I would certainly call, Joe, acceptance of higher pricing, right? Is this the best example? I would rather have an example where the market opened, maybe traded to the base, and then continued to move to the upside. It can be tricky that way, Joe, because the time doesn't really matter to markets. Time matters to us, right? Well, I mean, time does matter to markets. It's what marks acceptance or rejection, right? So the base of the late spike becomes a support level, potential support level, if the market opens in or above the late spike. So the late spike, again, I'll move away from the day session balance that closes away from the day session balance, creates the spike. The rules around the spike, again, if we open above the late spike, that's the highest probability of acceptance of higher pricing. We open in the late spike, it's kind of a secondary, but still an indication of potential acceptance of higher pricing. Opening below the late spike is usually going to mean that the market has rejected that level, at least for now, has rejected the late spike, at least for now, and we should probably be looking for opportunities to sell strength. Again, nothing happens exactly the same ever twice in futures trading, Joe, and everybody. And we saw, I think we kind of saw a late spike on the top here. The next same thing happened the next day. We left the opening range to the low of the session, and off to the races we went. So I hope that answers your question, Joe. Jay, if it's okay, I'm going to show these cases in your drawings here. So what we're looking at here is we're looking at opportunities to use high volume nodes and low volume nodes for opportunities. So if this is the volume profile, I'm thinking this is our day time frame volume profile. So the profile has driven higher, left a volume, high volume node, low volume node, and a high volume node, and price is coming at those volume nodes from the other direction. Is there an opportunity for a short? Well, of course, there's always an opportunity for a short. But I would be, if this was day time frame and this was a low volume node and this is a high volume node and price is coming down to it, I would be looking for a long on the low volume shoulder here. Okay. Because price has moved up, what we'd be looking for against these low volume nodes would be opportunities for a pullback to go in the opposite direction. If we are going to be taking out low volume nodes similar to this, this wouldn't be a short for me. I would be probably looking for a long down here. But again, this is, I don't know that the context, is this a previous day volume profile or is this a current day volume profile? Let's try this. Case B using the same volume shoulder as case B would be waiting for a pullback into the shoulder be better. Yes. 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 100%. So I guess what you're saying is if we're going to be coming down through and we take out this low volume node and we take out this high volume node, if we're going to be looking for shorts, case B is a much better opportunity for us. Case B is much better, particularly if the low volume node continues to exist. I like this one much better. No. Case C, no, I don't like it. I want good trade location. I want to see if we can get to the volume shoulder on the opposite side of where you're trying to go. So anytime I'm looking for shorts, I want the upper volume shoulder, volume high to volume low. This is the shoulder that I'm looking at. Case B, I like. Case B, I like it because it's better trade location for a short, and it helps me limit risk. If we get back through the low volume node, something may be wrong. I love the drawings. Those are fantastic. All right, Joe, and I got your suggestion. I appreciate it. We will we'll take all suggestions and feedback very seriously, and I will look forward to bringing that to everybody's attention. And so I didn't really get much of a chance to look through the chat or anything. It's 1:00. I'm going to let everybody get done with this day, and blessings to all of you. Don't forget to pray for peace. I hope everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving. Make sure you give thanks for me. Again, I'm giving thanks for my faith, my family, my friends, my future and futures. I'm giving thanks for all of you. Make sure you are kind to yourself. Make sure you are kind to others. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading if you're going to be doing anything in the next couple of days. I'll miss you. We'll all miss you. Have a great, holiday and a nice weekend. I'm out next Monday and Tuesday with high probability. But I'll be back next Wednesday. We've got a lot of cool stuff next week. When I come back, we'll have Jared Tendler back. We've got Trade with Matt on Tuesday. Forget who we got on Monday. My brain isn't working all that well right now. Here we got it. Okay, so Monday, DV trades. That's it. I could not think of it. And then we got trades by Matt on Tuesday. I'll be back with Jared Tendler on Wednesday. We got the whole cast of characters back with us next week, and I'll look forward to seeing everybody then. And again, love you all. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to others. make sure you pray for peace, blessings, and have a great Thanksgiving. We'll see you in a few days.